Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I'm a Night Guard at a Museum, and the portraits whisper my secrets. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first portrait whispered my mother's maiden name at 2:13 in the morning. Not shouted, not even spoken exactly. It came out soft and papery from the north gallery, somewhere between the dry scrape of a coat sleeve against canvas and a person trying not to wake a sleeping house. I was standing by the donation kiosk with a lukewarm coffee in my left hand and the radio clipped to my belt, hissing with low static. And for half a second, I thought the sound had come from my own mouth. "Don't be stupid," I said. That was my first mistake, probably. Talking back to an empty room. My name is Elias Mercer, 34, male, born and raised in Providence, Rhode Island. And for the last 7 months, I'd been working overnights at the Grantham Museum of American Art on Benefit Street. A brick and brownstone building wedged between old houses with brass plaques and iron fences that looked decorative until you tried rattling them. I took the job after my divorce, which is the kind of sentence that makes people nod in a soft, patient way, like they already understand the whole story. They don't. Mine was less dramatic than that. No broken dishes, no screaming in the driveway, just 1,000 small silences stacking up between me and Rachel until we had built a wall and then signed papers on either side of it. The museum didn't ask many questions. I had prior security experience at a pharmaceutical warehouse in Cranston. No criminal record, good references, and a willingness to stay awake while the city slept. That last part mattered more than anything. Nobody wants the night shift. Everyone thinks they do until the first week of vending machine dinners and 4 a.m. fire alarm chirps and long corridors where your own footsteps start to sound like someone following too closely. I didn't mind it, mostly. That's what I told people. What I didn't say was that I liked the quiet because it didn't ask me to perform. I didn't have to convince anyone I was fine. I didn't have to answer texts right away. I didn't have to sit across from someone I loved and watch her decide which version of me she was allowed to be disappointed in. The Grantham at night had its own weather. The heating system ticked behind the walls. Old wood expanded and settled. The marble floors held the day's cold and fed it back through the soles of my shoes. In the staff hallway near conservation, the air always smelled faintly of alcohol wipes, dust, and something sweetly rotten from the loading dock dumpsters when the wind came off the river wrong. The galleries themselves smelled cleaner, drier, with that peculiar museum scent of varnish, linen, wool coats from visitors, and money. I was used to its sounds. That whisper was not one of them. I set my coffee down on the edge of the kiosk, where a sign politely asked guests not to place beverages, and listened. The North Gallery held the early American portraits. Stern men in black coats, pale women with ringlets, children posed beside dead birds and bowls of fruit, their painted hands too small and too formal. There were benches in the middle, brass floor vents along the walls, and 4 motion cameras tucked up in the corners like patient insects. Another sound came. Not a word this time, just a faint, wet click. I unclipped my radio. "Control, Mercer. You seeing anything on North 2? The radio gave a scratch of static before a voice answered, sleepy but annoyed. "North 2, as in gallery North 2. Or camera 2 in the North Gallery." That was Janelle Cross, 29, female, from Boston by way of a family that apparently expected her to become a nurse, and never quite forgave her for preferring camera feeds and emergency protocols. She worked the desk in the basement control room 3 nights a week and had the permanent tone of someone who knew which rule you were about to break before you broke it. Janelle was sharp, funny when she trusted you, and allergic to panic. If the building was burning down, she would tell you which stairwell to use, and then complain that the fire department had parked in the delivery zone. "North Gallery," I said. "Early portraits." I heard something. Something specific. I didn't want to say it. Not yet. Even alone, even at night, saying it would give the thing shape. "Could be HVAC," I said. "Could be a visitor left behind. A visitor hid from closing for 6 hours to cough in front of dead Puritans. Maybe they're committed." She sighed into the mic. I could hear the tiny clack of her keyboard. "No motion flags since you did your round at 112. Loading dock secure. Main door secure. 3rd floor secure. You want me to pull the live feed?" "Yeah." I moved toward the North Gallery slowly, not because I believed in ghosts or haunted paintings or any of that tourist brochure nonsense, but because museums are full of things that cost more than your house, your car, and whatever pride you have left. And if you bump a pedestal at 2 in the morning, you don't get to call it a learning experience. My flashlight beam slid over the threshold. The gallery was dim, lit only by the low security wash that kept the walls visible without cooking the art. Frames glowed dull gold. Glass eyes caught tiny points of reflected light and gave them back wrong. "Mercer," Janelle said, "I've got you on camera. You look extremely brave and deeply underpaid." "Thank you. Nothing moving. Wait." I stopped. The word wait does different things depending on who says it. From Janelle, it meant something had entered the category of real. "What?" I whispered. Camera 3 flickered, not off, just a little distortion. "Network, maybe. Hold position." I did, though every part of me wanted to keep moving. The room hummed faintly. Somewhere behind the wall, pipes clicked in a sequence that almost sounded like knuckles on a table. Then my radio chirped, a short broken sound, and a man's voice came through under the static. "Eli." I tightened my grip on the flashlight. Nobody at work called me Eli. I had introduced myself as Elias because Elias belonged to this version of my life. Polite, uniformed, quiet, useful. Eli belonged to old friends, my ex-wife when she was tired, and my father before he decided disappointment was a language. "Janelle," I said. I didn't say anything. The man's voice did not return. The portrait nearest me was of a merchant named Silas Weatherby, painted in 1811, according to the plaque. He had one hand tucked into his waistcoat and the other resting on a ledger. His eyes were a flat blue-gray, the kind painters gave men who believed the world was a series of accounts to be balanced in their favor. The varnish on his face had cracked into tiny amber islands. Up close, he looked less alive than damaged. I checked behind the bench. Nothing. Behind the temporary wall panel. Nothing. I swept the flashlight over the vents, the corners, the baseboards. No person curled under anything. No phone playing audio. No little Bluetooth speaker planted for a prank. Though I looked hard because that would have made sense, and I badly wanted sense to show up with both hands raised. "Talk to me," Janelle said. "I'm in the room. Nothing visible. I'm sending Martin up. Don't wake him. He's maintenance, not a baby. He was asleep in workshop B. Then he'll be well rested." I almost smiled. Almost. Martin Kessler, 57, male from Hartford originally, had been the museum's night maintenance technician longer than some of the curators had been alive. He carried a ring of keys heavy enough to anchor a canoe and smelled perpetually of coffee, sawdust, and menthol cough drops. Martin had the calm of a man who had fixed floods with duct tape and convinced wealthy donors that ceiling leaks were humidity events. He also had a bad knee and a habit of pretending it wasn't bad, which made him climb ladders with the stubbornness of a man arguing with his own bones. While I waited, I walked the perimeter of the gallery. I kept my light low, careful not to rake it directly over the paintings for too long, though I knew our little LED beams were not going to melt 200-year-old oil in 5 seconds. Still, museum habits get into you. You lower your voice around objects that don't care whether you live or die. At the far end of the gallery, near the archway to the maritime collection, I found a thin thread of masking tape stuck to the floor. That was nothing by itself. Install crew used tape constantly. Curators used tape. School groups somehow generated tape even when no one gave them any. But this piece was fresh, curled at one edge, and printed with tiny black numbers. I crouched. "Janelle," I said, "did exhibitions mark the floor up here today?" "Not on the schedule. They were in contemporary all afternoon." "Why? Found tape. Numbered. Bag it." "Yeah." I took a photo with my work phone before touching anything. The shutter sound cracked too loudly in the gallery. Then I pulled a nitrile glove from my belt pouch and lifted the tape into a small evidence sleeve. Calling it evidence felt dramatic, but museum security loved forms, and I had learned early that the most dangerous sentence in any workplace was, "I didn't think it mattered." My radio hissed again. This time, the sound was almost underneath the hiss, like a mouth close to fabric. "Don't tell Rachel." I stood so fast my knee popped. The name landed with the ugly intimacy of a finger pressed into a bruise. "Janelle," I said. "Did you hear that?" A pause. "Hear what?" "You didn't hear a voice." "I heard your radio spike." No voice on my end. It said I stopped. If I told her, it would sound like I was having some kind of episode. Divorced night guard hears portraits gossiping about his ex-wife. Perfect, clean. The kind of story people repeat with little sympathetic frowns. It said my name again, I lied. Janelle didn't answer immediately, and that was worse than if she had laughed. "Mercer, come back to control." "I'm fine." "I didn't ask if you were fine." That was when Martin appeared in the archway, breathing through his nose like the stairs had personally insulted him. He wore a faded brown university sweatshirt under his work vest and carried a yellow tool bag in one hand. His gray hair stuck up on one side. "Somebody call for Ghostbuster," he said. "HVAC check," I said. "Ah, the boring kind. Sorry to disappoint." Martin stepped into the gallery and listened. He had a way of doing that made you realize most people don't actually listen. They wait for their turn. Martin cocked his head toward the vents, then toward the ceiling, then toward the wall shared with the staff corridor. "Air handlers cycling weird," he said. "Hear that flap?" I listened. There it was. A dull, irregular tapping behind the vent cover beneath Sela's Weatherby's portrait. Not a whisper, not a voice. Metal, probably loose. Relief came first, quick and embarrassing. Then irritation followed it, because relief felt like admitting I'd been scared. "Could that distort the room audio?" I asked. "What room audio?" I looked at him. "The microphones," I said. Martin gave me a look over his glasses. "There aren't microphones in here. Security cameras have mics. Not in the galleries. State consent laws, union agreement, donor paranoia. Take your pick. Video only except entrances, loading dock, and front desk." The gallery seemed to narrow around us. Pressed the radio button. "Janelle, confirm cameras in North Gallery are video only," she answered quickly, too quickly. "That's correct. You knew that, yes. So when I asked if you heard, I heard your radio spike," she said. "Like I said." Martin looked between the radio and my face, all humor gone now. "What exactly did you hear?" There were a lot of ways to answer. A rational person would say, a voice over the radio. Could be interference. Could be someone on another frequency bleeding through. Could be a malfunction. A tired person would say, "I do know." A proud person would make a joke and bury the whole thing until it came back with teeth. I am not always rational, but I am very often proud. "Maybe a crossed signal," I said. "Some guy saying a name." "What name?" "Eli." Martin's eyes moved to my badge. "Elias Mercer," printed in block letters. "Huh," he said. That was all, just huh. He didn't mock me. Somehow that made it worse. A soft buzz came from my pocket, and I flinched hard enough that Martin noticed. My personal phone. I pulled it out and saw a text from my sister, Sarah, who lived in Warwick, and usually went to bed at 10 because she had 2 kids and a spine made of discipline. "You awake?" I stared at it. Then another message appeared. "Mom's asking about the cedar box again. Did you take it? The cedar box." I hadn't thought about it in months. No, that wasn't true. I had thought about it constantly in the way you think about an unpaid bill in a drawer. Not directly, around the edges. My mother kept old family papers in that box, birth certificates, photos, her father's watch, and one envelope she had once told me not to open. The week after Dad died, while everyone was bringing casseroles and speaking in the soft church voices people use for grief, I found the envelope, opened it, read what was inside, and put it back badly. My mother noticed. She never said so. Not to my face. My mother's maiden name was written on the first page. I slid the phone back into my pocket without answering. "Everything all right?" Martin asked. "Family stuff." He nodded like that explained every strange thing in the world, and maybe it did. Janelle's voice came over the radio again. "Both of you need to come down here." "What now?" Martin asked. "Camera 3 in the North Gallery is out. Martin looked at the camera above Sela's Weatherby. Its tiny red status light was dark. I can fix it from here, he said. No, Janelle said. You need to see the playback. Martin and I exchanged a look. That was the snap in the night. Before that, everything had still been explainable, even if only barely. Old vents, radio bleed, stress, fatigue. A text that landed at a bad moment. But playback meant the building had kept a memory of whatever happened. And once a thing existed outside your own head, you had to decide what kind of person you were going to be about it. We took the back stairs because the public elevator made too much noise after hours, its cables whining like a dentist's drill behind the walls. Martin went first, gripping the rail, but pretending not to. I followed with one hand near my radio and the other still smelling faintly of nitrile glove powder. The basement control room sat behind two locked doors past the staff lockers and the old coal chute that nobody used, but nobody bricked up either. Inside, it was warmer than the galleries and crowded with screens. The light was blue-white and unkind. A microwave sat on top of a filing cabinet beside 3 mugs no one claimed. One smelled like old tea. Another held pens. Janelle sat at the console with her hair pulled back tight and her hoodie sleeves shoved to her elbows. On the center monitor, the North Gallery was frozen in grainy gray. Janelle Cross, as I said, was 29, female, Boston-born, and not the kind of person who indulged nonsense unless nonsense had entered a reportable category. At that moment, she wasn't joking. Her mouth had gone flat, and one foot tapped under the desk in a fast, irregular rhythm. She pointed to the screen. Watch the left wall. Timestamp 02/12/47. The footage rolled. There I was on camera, moving past the kiosk just outside the gallery, coffee in hand. Empty room beyond me, portraits in their places, the bench, the vents, the polished floor reflecting little bars of light. At 02:13:04, the image shimmered, not like a ghost in a movie, not like anything dramatic. It looked like compression tearing, a digital hiccup crawling across the frame. Then, for 3 seconds, a rectangle appeared on the floor beneath the Weatherby portrait. White tape, not the little strip I'd found near the archway. This was larger, deliberate, a boundary marker, a place to stand. Then the picture snapped back. No tape, no person, no movement. Martin leaned closer. Back it up. Janelle did, same thing. Could be artifacting, Martin said, but he didn't sound convinced. Artifacting doesn't create legible objects, Janelle said. Usually is doing a lot of work there. I watched the timestamp again. 02:13:04. My mother's maiden name had come at 2:13. The radio voice after that. Sarah's text after that. A line of events, each one small enough to explain, together ugly enough to make my scalp prickle under my uniform cap. Any remote access? I asked. Janelle turned to me, to the camera system. Admin only. It, director, security supervisor. Could someone spoof footage? Sure, she said. Could someone do it without leaving logs? That's the part I don't like. Martin rubbed a hand over his jaw. The sound was rough, sandpaper on stubble. Call Wallace. No, Janelle said immediately. The room went still. Wallace was Grant Wallace, 48, male, from New Haven, the museum's head of security and my direct boss. He was competent in the way former cops often are when they move into private security: organized, procedural, fond of laminated checklists, and allergic to surprises that might reach trustees. Wallace was not cruel. He was not warm either. He had hired me after looking at my divorce ring-tan line and asking whether my home situation would affect my reliability. It had not made me love him. "If we call Wallace," Janelle said, "first thing he does is ask why Mercer was in the gallery alone after reporting audio anomalies. Second thing he does is lock down the system and blame it. Third thing, he writes this up as guard fatigue unless we bring him something cleaner." "Cleaner than video?" Martin asked. "Cleaner than 3 seconds of maybe tape on a camera that immediately failed." I looked at the monitor, at my own pale face frozen in the corner of the frame. "What do you suggest?" I asked. Janelle clicked through the camera map. "We checked the gallery physically. All 3 of us. We photographed the floor, vents, frame backs if needed. Martin checks the camera and air handler. I pull logs before they roll over or get overwritten by morning maintenance scripts." "That sounds like not calling Wallace," Martin said. "It sounds like gathering enough information to call Wallace without handing him a broom to sweep it under." I didn't answer. On the wall above the console was an emergency procedures poster, laminated and faded though no sun reached the basement. Fire, flood, theft, medical, active threat. Each category had numbered steps. None said what to do if a painting whispered your family history through a radio with no microphones nearby. My phone buzzed again. "Sarah. Seriously, Eli, did you take it?" I locked the screen without replying. Janelle noticed. Of course she did. Her eyes flicked from my hand to my face. "You okay?" she asked, quieter. I wanted to tell her yes because that was the easiest lie in the world. 1 syllable, clean, no paperwork. Instead, I said no. The honesty surprised all of us, me most of all. Martin cleared his throat. "Well, that's efficient." For some reason, that made me laugh once. A small, stupid sound. It loosened something in my chest and tightened something else. We had a choice then. A normal one, technically. Follow protocol, call Wallace, file a report, let the morning people decide which parts of the night mattered. Or go back upstairs together and try to understand whether someone had been inside the museum, whether the camera system had been tampered with, whether the voice on my radio was an accident, a prank, or something aimed specifically at me. The rational part of me knew which option protected my job. The other part, the part that had spent 7 months walking quiet rooms and pretending not to be afraid of what people knew about me, could not leave that whisper sitting in the dark. Janelle stood and grabbed her access card. Martin lifted his tool bag with a grunt. They both looked at me. From somewhere inside the control console, one of the hard drives gave a tiny mechanical click, then another, steady as a fingernail tapping glass. I picked up the evidence sleeve with the numbered tape inside. "Let's go back up," I said. And none of us said the obvious thing, that whatever had spoken in that gallery had chosen a name it had no reason to know. We made it halfway up the service stairs before the power hiccuped. Not out, not fully, just a quick brown dip that made the stairwell lights shrink to dull orange and swell back again, like the building had blinked. Martin stopped on the step above me and muttered, "Oh, come on." Below us, Janelle's radio crackled. Control just threw a UPS warning. "Which system?" I asked. "All of them," she said. That was not how she usually talked. Janelle liked specifics. She liked names, numbers, affected zones. "All of them" was the sound of a neat person opening a drawer and finding mice. We climbed faster. The Grantham's service stairs were narrow and painted that institutional beige that always looks damp even when it is. Pipes ran overhead with little white tags, zip, tied to them. Martin's bad knee made a clicking noise every third step, a tiny hard sound beneath the scuff of his work boots. I kept one hand on the rail and the other near my radio, because the last thing I wanted was for it to speak again while we were boxed inside concrete. It did not. That almost made it worse. When we reached the first floor staff corridor, the lights flickered a second time. Somewhere above us, an alarm gave one short chirp and cut off. Janelle looked toward the public galleries. "Fire panel, maybe trouble signal," Martin said. "Maybe the storm did something to the line." There was no storm. I almost said it, then remembered the wind earlier, the wet smell from the loading dock, the way old buildings turn every small change in weather into a personal complaint. Still, outside the high staff window glass, Providence looked dry and black and ordinary. Characters present now included Elias Mercer, 34, male. The night guard trying very hard not to act like a man whose name had been spoken by an empty room. Janelle Cross, 29, female. The control operator whose confidence always sharpened under pressure until it could cut someone. And Martin Kessler, 57, male. The maintenance tech with a bad knee, a heavy tool bag, and the tired patience of a man who trusted wires more than people. None of us said we were scared. We were past that kind of politeness. "Priority," Janelle said. "We confirm whether anyone is inside the building." "Priority is stabilizing the power," Martin said. "Power doesn't matter if someone's already in the gallery. Power matters if the maglocks fail in the wrong direction, if the humidity system drops, if the sump kicks off, if both," I said. They looked at me. I hated that. Being the middle, the peacekeeper, man who made everyone else comfortable by folding himself into whatever shape the room required. Rachel used to call it agreeing until you disappear. She had meant it as a warning. I had taken it as criticism and then proven her right. "We do both," I said. "Janelle, can you pull the camera logs from your tablet while we check the North Gallery? If the network stays up." Martin checks camera 3 and the vent. If it's a loose panel or wiring, we need to know. "And you?" Janelle asked. "I sweep the gallery and adjacent rooms." "With what backup?" "You too." Martin gave a dry little laugh. Inspirational. We moved. The staff corridor opened into the museum's side hall near decorative arts. At night, the public spaces felt larger than they did during visiting hours, as if people shrank the building by filling it with noise. Without them, every archway led into a pocket of shadow. The air conditioning had gone uneven. One gallery felt cold enough to raise the hair on my arms, the next damp and warm, carrying the faint mineral smell of old plaster. Janelle held her tablet against her chest as she walked, thumb moving over the screen. Camera 1 is live, 2 is live, 3 is dead, 4 is freezing every 7 seconds. Network, Martin asked. Could be. Except the loading dock camera just showed a door open flag at 0219. We all stopped. Is it open? I asked. Janelle tapped twice. No. The sensor says it opened for 4 seconds and closed. Camera didn't show movement. Bad sensor, Martin said. Maybe. Don't maybe me. Those reed switches are older than you. They also don't usually trigger at the same time a gallery camera dies. Martin said nothing to that. The concrete problem became clear right there. We had a possible unauthorized entry, a camera failure in the same zone where I'd heard the voice, and a building power irregularity that could wipe logs or unlock the wrong doors. Morning staff would arrive at 6:30. The first public school tour was at 9. If someone had breached the building or planted something, we had less than 4 hours to find it before children and docents started walking through the place. Less if the system failed harder. Less still if Wallace woke up to automated alerts and decided to lock us into his version of the story before we understood our own. My radio beeped with a low battery warning. I looked down at it. The unit had been fully charged when I signed it out at 11. Battery's dying, I said. That shouldn't happen, Janelle said. No kidding. Martin reached into his vest and handed me his spare. Use mine. What about you? I spent 30 years being yelled at before radios. I'll survive. I took it. The plastic was warm from his pocket. We reached the North Gallery threshold. Janelle stayed just outside, angling her tablet to keep an eye on the feeds. Martin crouched under the dead camera, grimacing as his knee bent. I entered first. The gallery looked unchanged, which was almost insulting. Same portraits, same bench, same polished floor. Same Silas Weatherby with his painted hand on his painted ledger, looking like he had been expecting us and was disappointed we'd taken so long. My flashlight crossed the floor beneath him. The taped rectangle was there. Not on the footage this time. Not a glitch. Real white tape marked a standing space about 2 feet by 3 feet, placed neatly in front of the portrait. The edges had been pressed flat. It had not been there when I searched the room minutes earlier. I knew that with the ugly certainty of a man who had checked under benches and behind panels and photographed a strip of tape 10 feet away. Janelle saw it from the doorway. Tell me you put that there. No, Martin whispered something in German. I didn't know what it meant, but it sounded religious in a bad way. Nobody enters, Janelle said. We're already here, I said. I mean nobody steps inside that rectangle. Wasn't planning to. Martin stood slowly. Camera's cable housing is loose. You touched it, Janelle snapped. No, I looked at it, Detective Cross. Don't be an ass right now. I'll schedule it for later. Their voices were too loud in the gallery, bouncing off varnished faces and dark frames. I held up one hand. Quiet. At first, there was only the building, air through vents, a distant water knock in the pipes, the soft electric buzz from a track light. Then, from somewhere behind the Weatherby portrait, came 3 small taps. Tap, 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 not random. Not pipe rhythm. Knuckles on wood. My mouth went dry in a very ordinary way, like I had forgotten to drink water for too long. Martin stepped closer to the wall. "Don't," Janelle said. He ignored her and leaned toward the vent below the portrait. "There's a service chase behind this wall." "For what?" I asked. "Old duct route, some data conduit, maybe a drain line from upstairs, depending on who lied on the drawings." "Can a person fit?" Martin turned his head slowly and looked at me. "A small one or a stupid one?" Janelle was already typing. "I'm pulling old floor plans." The taps came again. Tap, tap. Then a scratch. A long, slow drag from inside the wall, just behind the portrait. No one moved. I thought about the voice saying my mother's maiden name. I thought about the cedar box. I thought about the envelope and the folded paper inside, and how one private trespass can sit quietly for years, waiting for a night shift and a dead camera to become useful to someone. "Could be an animal," Martin said. "Inside an interior wall," Janelle asked. "Rat, squirrel." "Rich donor reincarnated as a raccoon." It knocked. Animals knock, not in sets of 3. People hear patterns in everything. He said it too quickly. He wanted it to be true. My phone buzzed again. I should not have looked. That was another mistake. Fear makes you check things you know will hurt you. The message was from an unknown number. "You left fingerprints on the envelope, Eli." Under it was a photo, not of me, not of the museum. A close-up of my mother's cedar box, sitting on her kitchen table in Warwick, the lid open, the old envelope beside it. The envelope had my father's handwriting on the front. "For Marion only," my mother's name. My throat tightened so sharply I had to swallow twice. Janelle noticed my face. "What is it?" "Nothing. Elia's." I hated hearing my full name from her because it sounded like she had stepped closer to the truth. I turned the phone so she could see. She read it. Her expression changed by degrees. Confusion, concern, calculation. "Who has access to your mother's house?" she asked. "My sister, her husband. My mom's caregiver during the day. Maybe neighbors if she left the back door unlocked." "Could this be your sister messing with you?" "No," you hesitated. "Because I don't want it to be her." That landed between us. Martin glanced over. "You two want to include the old man." I showed him the screen. He took off his glasses and rubbed them with the hem of his sweatshirt. "That's personal." "Yeah," I said. "Personal means targeted." Janelle nodded once. "We call the police." The word police changed the room, not because police were useless, not because I had some dramatic outlaw past, because calling them meant explaining everything. The voice, the tape, the footage, the text, the cedar box, my mother, the envelope I had no right to open. Calling them meant turning private shame into official language, and official language had no mercy. It flattened everything into fields on a form. I heard Rachel in my head then, not like a whisper, just memory. "You would rather be misunderstood than known." "I'll call," Janelle said, already reaching for her phone. "Wait," her eyes lifted. "Just wait." "No," she said. "This is past weird building noise. Someone is inside or someone is threatening you from outside. And either way, if we call Providence PD and Wallace finds out from dispatch before us, we lose access to everything. He'll shut us down. Good. That's what bosses are for. You said yourself he'll bury it. I said he'll try to control it. I did not say we should play detectives while someone texts you from your mother's kitchen." Martin raised one hand. I hate to interrupt the moral crisis, but the camera housing has been opened. That stopped us. He pointed up. Beneath camera 3, the little dome casing sat slightly off its seal. One screw was missing. Another had been loosened enough to leave a crescent shadow in the dust. Can you tell when? I asked. Dust brake looks fresh. Janelle swore softly. So someone needed a ladder. Or knew where we keep the extendable maintenance pole, Martin said. Inside job. Inside knowledge, he said. Not always the same thing. The scratch behind the wall came again, harder this time. Then something metallic clattered inside the vent shaft and dropped. Janelle flinched. Martin did not, but his jaw tightened. We need to open the vent, I said. No, Janelle said. We need to seal the room and call it in. If someone's in the chase and stuck, we can't wait. If someone's in the chase and armed, opening the vent gets us hurt. She's right, Martin said. I looked at him. He lifted both hands. I'm brave, not eager to get stabbed in front of a tax-deductible portrait. The radio on my belt crackled. Martin's spare. A woman's voice came through, breathy and close. Tell Marion you read it. Janelle's face went pale under the blue-white spill of her tablet. Martin whispered, No microphones, huh? I grabbed the radio and turned it off. The voice stopped. For 3 seconds, nobody breathed properly. Then, every emergency light in the North Gallery switched on at once. Red-orange bars along the baseboards. Exit signs buzzing brighter over the archways. A panel alarm began sounding somewhere in the staff corridor. Not the full fire alarm, but a rapid treble tone. Beep, 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 pause, beep, beep, beep. Janelle looked at her tablet. We just lost climate control in North Wing storage. Martin turned. What? Humidity spike. Temperature rising. That's below us, he said. Paper archive, textile overflow, lone crates. How bad? Bad if it's real, Janelle read from the tablet. Sensor says 84 degrees and climbing. Relative humidity 78%. Martin's face changed. Until then, the night had been frightening in a slippery way. Voices, footage, tape, personal threats. But museum people understand environmental numbers like doctors understand blood pressure. They turn abstract danger into damage. If that storage room floods or heats, we can lose 500,000 in materials before breakfast, he said. Could the system be spoofed? I asked. Yes, Janelle said. Could it be real? Martin was already moving. Also yes. There it was. The trap, though none of us called it that. A time-sensitive problem with a dollar amount, a preservation emergency, a possible breach, and a personal threat braided through it. If we stayed in the gallery, the archive might be cooking below us. If we went downstairs, we left the taped rectangle, the opened camera, and the wall noise unattended. If we called Wallace, he might lock us out of the systems we needed before we could preserve the logs. If we called police without Wallace, we might be unemployed by noon and still not any safer. My private fear sat in the middle of it all, ugly and useful to whoever was doing this. I did not want to be exposed. Not as a bad guard, not as a bad son, not as the kind of man who opened an envelope meant for his mother and then pretended he hadn't. Janelle must have seen some of that on my face. Listen to me, she said. Whatever that text is about, it is not more important than your mother's safety. I know, Do you? That stung because it was fair. I unlocked my phone and called Sarah. It rang 6 times. Then voicemail. I called again. Voicemail. I texted, call me now. Check mom, lock doors. The message showed delivered, not read. Police, Janelle said. Call them, I said. She stared at me, surprised. Call Providence PD, I said. Report possible unauthorized entry, system tampering, and a threatening message involving a private residence in Warwick. Don't mention whispering portraits. Wasn't planning to lead with that. Martin and I check North Wing Storage. No, she said. You do not split off. We have to. We really don't. Martin shook his head. Storage has a waterless fire suppression system and an air handler override. If the humidity is real, I need hands. I'm hands, I said. Janelle pointed toward the Weatherby portrait. And that, we lock the gallery. The lock is electronic. Then we use the manual bar. Martin nodded. I've got it. The troubled tone kept going, small and merciless. Janelle pressed her phone to her ear, then pulled it away and frowned. No service. What? No bars. I checked mine. No service. That was new. The Grantham had bad reception in the basement, sure, but not on the first floor, not near the north windows. Wi-Fi? I asked. Janelle tried. Connected, no internet. Martin exhaled through his nose. Could be router failure. Could be a jammer, Janelle said. I looked at her. They're not movie magic, she said. You can buy garbage ones online. Short range. Illegal, but so is breaking into a museum. That grounded it more than any supernatural explanation could have. A person, a device, planning, someone close enough for it to work. Landline in control, Martin said. We go back, Janelle said. The wall behind the Weatherby portrait knocked once. Hard. The portrait shifted. Not much. Less than an inch. But enough for the lower left corner of the frame to bump the wall with a wooden clack. Something behind it pushed again. Janelle backed up. No. Martin lifted his tool bag by reflex, as if he might have to swing it. I moved toward the portrait without meaning to. Elia's, Janelle snapped. There are tones that save your life. Hers might have. I stopped before my shoe crossed into the taped rectangle. A folded piece of paper slid from behind the bottom of the frame and dropped onto the floor inside the taped boundary. Just paper, cream-colored, old-looking, but that could be bought. One corner bent. It lay face down. On the back, in black ink, someone had written my name. Eli, not Elias, not Mercer, Eli. The trouble alarm kept beeping. The emergency lights hummed. My phone sat in my hand with no service and no answer from Sarah. Below us, if the sensor was real, the archive was heating. In front of us, someone or something had just pushed a note out from behind a 200-year-old painting in a room we had searched minutes earlier. Janelle's voice came low and tight. Do not pick that up, Martin said. We need to leave. I looked from the note to the dark camera, from the vent to the exit sign, from the taped rectangle to the message on my dead phone screen. Then the landline alarm relay clicked overhead, a sound Martin knew instantly. He turned toward the corridor. Fire panel just escalated. To what? I asked. Pre-discharge warning. Janelle went still. In storage, Martin's answer came out flat. If that clean agent system dumps while someone's in the North Wing storage room, they'll have maybe 30 seconds to get out before the oxygen level drops. Less if they panic. The wall knocked again, this time from below, not behind the portrait, below our feet. 3 sharp knocks from the storage level underneath us. Tap, tap, tap. A person's signal. Martin was already limping toward the stairs. Janelle grabbed the manual gallery bar from its bracket, shoved it across the double doors with shaking hands, and looked at me. The note with my name stayed inside the taped rectangle. The alarm changed pitch. We ran toward the storage stairs, leaving the whispering portrait locked behind us. The storage stairs were not the same stairs we had come up. That mattered later. The public side of the Grantham was all marble, brass rails, soft benches, tasteful labels, and lighting designed to make wealthy people feel thoughtful. The working side was different. Narrow corridors, concrete floors painted gray, pipes stenciled with arrows, doors marked with codes instead of names. The North Wing storage stairwell dropped behind a staff-only door between the portrait gallery and the maritime collection, then turned twice before reaching the lower archive level beneath the north galleries. Took it fast. Martin went first with his tool bag banging against his thigh. Janelle followed with the tablet held tight against her ribs, one hand skating along the wall because the emergency lights made every step look shallower than it was. I came last and pulled the door shut behind us because some dumb procedural part of my brain still believed doors mattered if you closed them properly. The alarm made the stairwell feel smaller. Beep, 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 pause. Beep, beep, beep. It wasn't loud enough to hurt. That was worse. A full fire alarm gives you permission to panic. This was a machine clearing its throat before doing something irreversible. 30 seconds after discharge, I asked. If it's FM 200, yes, roughly, Martin said. If they updated the system and didn't tell me, who knows? You work here. I fix what they let me fix. That was Martin's private flaw, I realized then. He trusted the building more than the people who managed it. But he also resented being ignored so much that he sometimes acted as if knowing the building was the same thing as controlling it. His knee clicked as he took the next turn too sharply. Janelle said, "Storage door status says closed. No badge entry since 6:04 p.m. Can it be opened from inside?" I asked. "Yes," Martin said. Janelle looked up. "Unless it's an alarm lockdown." Martin didn't answer. That was answer enough. At the bottom of the stairs, the corridor ran east-west under the north galleries. To the left, west, were mechanical rooms and the elevator service pit. To the right, east, were North Wing Storage A and B, a photo archive cage, and the paper conservation overflow room. The ceiling was low and crowded with conduit. White painted brick, sweated in places where old mortar had never fully stopped admitting the river damp. The smell hit us immediately. Warm dust, wet cardboard, a faint chemical sweetness like overheated electronics and new plastic. Martin stopped at the fire panel mounted beside storage A. Red LEDs blinked behind scratched plastic. "Pre-discharge on storage B," he said. "Manual abort is inside the vestibule." "Of course it is," Janelle said. I tried my phone again. No service. No Wi-Fi calling. Nothing. Janelle held up her tablet. "Building network is local only. I can still see some panels, no outside line." Can you stop discharge from there? I asked. No, I can acknowledge alarm, not abort suppression. So we go in. Wait, Martin pointed down the corridor. At the far end, beneath the door to storage B, a strip of light showed and vanished. Once, twice, like someone moving in front of a flashlight. Then came the knocks. Tap, tap, tap from behind the door, a person close. Hello, I shouted. Museum security, can you hear us? No answer. Only the alarm. Janelle's voice lowered. Why wouldn't they answer? Could be smoke, Martin said. There's no smoke, could be hurt, or waiting. That was the first failed attempt, though I didn't know it yet. We tried to treat it like a rescue. Martin went to the keypad and entered his maintenance override. The little screen flashed amber. Access DENIED, fire event lockout. He swore and tried again with a different code. Access DENIED. Badge, Janelle said. She slapped hers to the reader. Red light. I tried mine because people try useless things when scared. Red. The knocks came again, faster this time. Tap, tap, tap. I stepped close to the door. Move away from the door, we're trying to open it. A muffled sound came from inside. Not words, a scrape, a thump. Then one long metallic drag, like shelving being pulled across concrete. Martin dug through his keys with shaking fingers. The ring was massive, too many keys, too little light. He found a square emergency key, jammed it into the fire panel cabinet, and opened it. Inside were switches, labels, a laminated instruction card curling at the edges. Manual release circuit armed, he said. Abort button inside vestibule. Great design. Wonderful. $10,000 of engineering and a button nobody can reach. Can you cut power? I asked. I can cut local power, maybe. Might trigger fail, safe discharge faster. Or disable the lock, or both. Pick one. That's not how electricity works, Elias. Janelle turned sharply. Can you get through another way? Martin pointed upward, then east. Storage B connects to the old photo cage through an internal door. Photo cage connects to conservation overflow. Overflow has a service hatched to the mechanical chase. But all those doors are inside the secure zone. External access, loading dock freight elevator to the storage hall. But we're already in the storage hall. Other route is through mechanical 2, crawl under the duct trunk, and come out behind the cage. Janelle stared at him. You said a person could fit in those chases. A small or stupid one. We are about to be both. The alarm shifted. A recorded voice came through a ceiling speaker, flat and calm. Warning. Fire suppression discharge pending. Evacuate protected area. Janelle flinched. How long? Martin looked at the panel. Countdown isn't displaying. That's comforting. He slammed the cabinet shut. Mechanical 2. Now, we ran west. The corridor seemed longer going away from the knocking. That sounds like a writer thing, but it's true. Every step away from that door felt like a decision someone might die for. I kept looking back until Janelle grabbed my sleeve and yanked. Map, she said, breathless. Keep the map in your head. Stairs behind us. Storage B east, mechanical west. We come around through the chase and reach the internal door from the far side. Unless someone locks us in there too. She did not answer. Mechanical 2 sat behind a heavy gray door near the elevator pit. Martin's key worked on the third try because his hands were shaking. And because the old lock stuck, if you didn't lift while turning. The room inside was a furnace of machine heat, air handlers hulking in the dim, pipes wrapped in old insulation. The floor vibrated under my shoes. The emergency lighting barely reached the corners. Martin pointed to a low rectangular access panel behind a duct trunk. There, it was secured with 2 latches and a padlock. "Tell me you have that key," Janelle said. "I have every key." "Martin, I have it." He did, but the padlock had been filled with something. He bent close. "Epoxy." "What?" "Someone glued it." The second failed attempt began there. The alternate route existed, but someone had prepared for it. Martin pulled a small pry bar from his tool bag and attacked the hasp. The sound rang through the mechanical room, metal on metal, violent and too loud. I stood by the door with Martin's spare radio in one hand and my flashlight in the other, watching the corridor. Janelle kept glancing between her tablet and the panel. "Storage B humidity is 82% now," she said. "Temperature 89. "That's not just sensor drift," Martin grunted. "Could someone be using heat to trigger the system? If they put a space heater near the wrong detector, or spoofed a supervisory signal, maybe." "Why?" Martin drove the pry bar again. The hasp bent but held. The radio in my hand crackled. I almost threw it. A child's voice whispered, "Eli," then giggled. Janelle looked up, eyes wide. Martin stopped prying. The laugh came again, tinny and high, bouncing inside the radio speaker. "Not funny," Janelle said. "It's not me," I said. Then, from the dark corner behind the air handler, something small ran across the floor. Janelle screamed. I swung the flashlight so fast, the beam streaked across pipes and concrete, and caught 2 bright eyes low to the ground. A rat. A big one, sleek and gray, dragging a shred of pink insulation in its mouth. It froze for half a second, offended by us, then squeezed under the duct trunk and vanished. No one moved. Then Martin let out one breath that almost became a laugh. "There's your ghost." Janelle pressed a hand to her chest. "I hate this building." The child's giggle cut off into static. The misdirection should have helped. It should have made us feel foolish and therefore safer. Instead, it proved the opposite. The rat explained the movement. It did not explain the radio. It did not explain the glued lock. It did not explain the knocking from storage B or the text from my mother's house. Martin attacked the hasp again. This time it snapped. He pulled open the access panel and heat breathed out from the chase, sour with dust and old metal. The opening was barely 3 feet high. "Janelle," he said, "you're smallest." "No, fastest." "No, you wanted backup. I wanted police." "So did I," he said, and crawled in first. That surprised us enough that neither of us stopped him. He went on his side, tool bag shoved ahead of him, bad knee dragging. The duct chase ran east behind the storage rooms, a narrow service void between old brick and newer partition walls. I went next. The concrete scraped my elbow through my uniform sleeve almost immediately. Janelle came last, muttering, "This is how people get fungal infections," which under other circumstances might have been funny. The chase forced us into single file. Martin ahead, me in the middle, Janelle behind. My flashlight beam showed dust, conduit, dead spiders, pipe labels, and sections where previous workers had written dates and initials on the wall. 1998, 2007. RK was here. The air grew warmer as we crawled east. "Everyone keep talking," Janelle said. Her voice came tight behind me. "You claustrophobic?" I asked. "No, I'm appropriately opposed to being buried in infrastructure." "Fair. My dad used to lock the basement door when he was mad," she said suddenly. I turned my head as much as I could. "What? Nothing. Keep moving." It wasn't nothing. It was a crack in her armor, gone as soon as it showed. I understood not wanting anyone to look at it directly. Ahead, Martin coughed. "I've got the back of the photo cage wall." "How far to storage be?" I asked. 10 feet, maybe 12. Then something slammed behind us. Metal on metal, the access panel. Janelle swore, the panel shut. "Wind pressure?" I asked. "In a basement chase," she twisted around. "I can see light at the opening. It's closed but not latched." "Can you push it?" A pause, scuffling. "No," the trap tightened by inches. Martin kept crawling. Forward then. The duct chase narrowed. My shoulder caught on a bracket, and pain flared hot down my arm. I bit my lip hard enough to taste blood. Janelle's breathing behind me turned shallow. The alarm voice was muffled through the wall now, repeating evacuation instructions like it was bored with us. Then my flashlight landed on something taped to a conduit. A small black device, plastic, about the size of a deck of cards. A stubby antenna, green light blinking. "Stop," I said. Martin froze. "What? There's something here." Janelle pushed close behind me. "Describe it." "Black box, antenna, taped to conduit." "Don't touch it." "I know. Actually, I'm not sure you do." I took a photo with my work phone even though it had no service. The flash reflected off dust. Janelle leaned around my shoulder as much as the space allowed. "That could be a jammer." "Or a sensor repeater," Martin said, "with an antenna and no label." "Fine, jammer. Can we turn it off?" I asked. "No," Janelle said. "Yes," Martin said. They spoke at the same time. Janelle said, "It might be booby-trapped." Martin said, "It's not a bomb. It's a cheap, illegal gadget taped like a middle school science project." "You don't know that. I know enough." "Martin." Another knock came through the wall ahead. Tap, 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 closer now. A human rhythm, urgent. Martin's face, half lit in the crawl space, went hard. "We don't have time to debate consumer electronics." He yanked the device off the conduit and ripped free a battery pack taped behind it. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then Janelle's phone chimed. So did mine. Messages stacked across the screen. "Sarah, what are you talking about?" "Sarah, Mom's asleep, door locked." "Sarah, the cedar box is in the closet." "Why? Unknown number, too late." "Unknown number, he already knows what you read." And then a photo arrived. This one was not from my mother's kitchen. It was from inside the museum. A grainy image of the north gallery doors, manual bar in place, taken from the corridor outside them. The timestamp at the bottom read 0231. 1 minute ago. Someone was upstairs, between us and the main exits. Janelle read over my shoulder and said, very softly, "We are not alone in the building." Martin pointed ahead. "Then we reach whoever is knocking, and we get out through the freight lift." "The freight lift is on this level," Janelle said, "east of storage." Exactly. We moved. The chase ended at a removable panel behind the photo archive cage. Martin pushed it once. It didn't budge. He set his shoulder and pushed harder. The panel popped free with a sound like a breaking bone, and fell inward onto concrete. Cooler air hit us. We crawled into the photo cage, a fenced storage area lined with flat files and acid-free boxes. Beyond the mesh wall, through a window in the internal door, storage B glowed with pulsing red alarm light. And there was someone inside, a figure on the floor near the shelving, one arm moving weakly. "Hey," I shouted. The person turned their head. Even through the wired glass, I recognized him. Grant Wallace, our security supervisor. He was on his side, wrists zip-tied in front of him, duct tape hanging loose from his mouth, his face shiny with sweat. His white shirt was soaked through at the collar. One of his shoes was missing. Janelle made a sound I had never heard from her before, not fear, shock with anger under it. "Wallace," he tried to speak, but the door between the photo cage and storage B was locked. Martin went to the keypad on our side. If this is tied to the same alarm lockout, he entered a code. Access DENIED. The recorded voice cut through the ceiling speaker, louder here. "Warning. Fire suppression discharge imminent. Evacuate protected area." Wallace shook his head violently and tried to push himself away from the center of the room. Behind him, I saw the source of the heat. 2 portable industrial heaters wedged between shelving units, their orange coils glowing, cords running under the stacks toward an outlet strip. Someone had staged the environmental spike. Not a ghost, not the building. A person with tools and time. "There," I said. Janelle followed my finger. "Heaters." Martin's face drained. "They're cooking the detectors. Can you open the door? I can try." He dropped to the keypad access panel and began unscrewing it with shaking hands. My phone rang. Not buzzed. Rang. Unknown number. The sound was obscene in that room. Janelle grabbed my wrist. "Don't answer." Wallace shook his head harder, eyes wide. I answered. For a moment, only breathing. Then a voice, electronically flattened, said, "Pick up the note, Eli, or Wallace breathes the museum's clean air." I looked through the wired glass at Wallace on the floor. "What do you want?" I said. The voice clicked, like the speaker had shifted too close to the mic. "You know what your father wrote?" Janelle mouthed, "Keep them talking." Martin worked faster, screws dropping to the floor. "I don't know who you are," I said. "You know what you took from Marion. You know what you hid from Rachel. You know why you work nights." My hand tightened around the phone until the cracked screen protector bit my palm. Janelle whispered, "Trace." "With what?" I whispered back. The voice said, 3 choices, door, note, man." "What does that mean?" "You can open one." The call ended. Immediately, the keypad beside Martin sparked. He jerked back, cursing, and clutched his hand. Blood welled between his thumb and index finger, where the screwdriver had slipped or the panel had bitten him. The keypad screen went black. Second attempt failed. Door still locked. Wallace still inside. Suppression imminent. Janelle kicked the mesh cage wall hard enough to rattle the flat files. "No, no, no." Martin wrapped his hand in a rag. "Manual release on the other side of storage B leads to freight corridor. If we can get around, through where?" I asked. He pointed past the photo cage, toward a narrow emergency egress door marked freight lift access. Alarm WILL sound. Freight corridor loops to the east side of storage B, but that door is crash barred. Once we go through, it locks behind us from this side unless the system resets. Janelle looked at me. Point of no return. Through the glass, Wallace began knocking his bound hands against the floor. Tap, tap, tap. Not a threat, not a ghost. A man begging us to choose. Behind us, inside the chase, something scraped. Not a rat this time, heavier. Someone entering the crawl space from Mechanical 2. Janelle's eyes snapped to the fallen panel. Martin heard it too. Move. The freight access door waited at the east end of the photo cage, under a red-lit sign. Beyond it was the corridor that might get us to Storage B's other side, the manual abort, the freight lift, maybe a phone line, maybe a way out. Or it might lock behind us and leave whoever was in the chase between us and every route back. The suppression speaker chimed once. Discharge in 60 seconds. Wallace sobbed behind the glass. I thought of the note upstairs with my name on it. I thought of the person watching the gallery doors. I thought of my mother asleep in Warwick, and Rachel's name coming from a radio, and every secret I had treated like a locked room. Janelle shoved the crash bar. The door opened into red light and machine heat. The alarm began screaming for real. We went through. It slammed shut behind us with a final mechanical click. The freight access corridor ran behind Storage B like the throat of the building. No paintings back there. No marble. No tasteful lights. Just concrete, pipe shadows, red strobes, and the hard industrial scream of the suppression alarm bouncing off every surface until I could feel it in my teeth. The door slammed behind us. Click. That little sound did something final to my body. My legs wanted to turn around anyway to test the handle, to prove there was still a way back to the photo cage, to Wallace, to the service chase, to the note upstairs, to the version of the night where all the doors still opened if you had the right badge. Janelle tried the handle first. Locked. Of course, she said. Her voice was thin now. Not weak. Stretched. Martin was bent over beside us, gripping his injured hand in the rag. Blood had already soaked through at the web of his thumb. His face had gone gray under the red lights, but he lifted his chin toward the corridor like pain was just another bad design choice. East, he said, freight lift, then north turn, Storage B service vestibule. You sure? I asked. No, he said, but I'm old enough to sound sure. The speaker overhead chimed. Discharge in 45 seconds. We ran. The corridor was maybe 30 yards long, but it felt chopped into pieces by the strobes. Red, dark, red, dark. Janelle ahead, Martin in the middle, me last. Pipes crossed overhead low enough that I ducked by instinct. The floor sloped slightly toward a drain, and condensation made the paint slick under our shoes. Behind us, something hit the locked door. Once. Hard. Janelle looked back. Don't, I said. Another hit. Metal shuddering in its frame. Whoever had come through the chase was at the door we had just sealed behind us. That bought us time. Maybe seconds. At the end of the corridor, the freight lift cage sat to the right behind a chain-link gate. Beyond it, the passage turned north towards Storage B's exterior service vestibule. Martin had said there was a manual aboard there. I had pictured a big red button on a wall. Something obvious, something fair. Nothing about that night was fair. We turned the corner and found the service vestibule door already open. Not wide. 6 inches. a wedge of darkness beyond it. Janelle stopped so abruptly Martin almost ran into her. I raised the flashlight. "Wallace," I called. No answer from inside, just the alarm voice. "Discharge in 30 seconds. Janelle looked at me, and I could see the argument starting in her face. Procedure, risk, ambush, the math of survival. There was no time for the argument. I kicked the door open. The vestibule was a narrow room between the freight corridor and storage B on the left wall. Behind a clear plastic cover was the manual abort button. On the right wall, a second internal door led into storage B, the room where Wallace lay bound behind wired glass. The internal door was shut. Its little window pulsed red with alarm light. And standing beside the abort button was a woman I had seen 100 times in the museum and never really looked at. Mara Voss, 41, female, from Worcester, Massachusetts. Contract art handler. Quiet, cap pulled low. Usually in gray work pants and steel toe boots, carrying crates with the kind of care people reserve for babies or bombs. She had been part of the crew that moved temporary exhibits in and out, the kind of person who knew the back corridors, loading dock routines, where ladders were kept, which cameras looked where, and which guards smiled without asking questions, held a utility knife in one hand, not brandished like a movie villain. Low, practical, blade out. With her other hand, she held the folded note from the North Gallery. My name showed on the back. Eli. For 1 second, nobody spoke. The alarm screamed around us, but the little room felt sealed away from sound. Then Martin said, "Mara," her eyes flicked to him. "Stay back. Discharge in 20 seconds. Janelle lifted both hands. "Press the abort." Mara smiled slightly. It was not joy. It was exhaustion shaped into something sharp. He gets the note first. I looked through the internal window. Wallace was visible on the floor, jerking his bound hands, trying to scoot toward the door. His face was purple-red now, sweat running down his temples. Behind him, the industrial heaters glowed like angry eyes between the shelves. "Mara," I said, "press the button." She looked at me then, really looked. "You don't remember me. I know you work in stalls." A tiny laugh came out of her. "That's what you know," the speaker chimed. "Discharge in 15 seconds. Janelle lunged. Mara moved faster than I expected. She slashed with the knife, not wild, not theatrical, just a short worker's cut meant to stop a hand from grabbing. Janelle jerked back. A line opened across her forearm. "Jesus!" Janelle clamped her hand over the wound. I stepped forward. Mara pressed the knife point toward me. "Read it." 10 seconds. Martin moved. Not at Mara. At the wall. He swung his tool bag with his good hand and smashed it into the plastic cover over the abort button. The cover cracked, but didn't break. Mara turned toward him, and I saw the opening before I decided to take it. I grabbed her knife wrist. Bad idea. The blade sliced across my palm as she twisted. Hot pain shot through my hand. I held on anyway. She drove her knee toward my thigh and caught me above the knee, hard enough to buckle me. We slammed into the right wall together. 5 seconds. Janelle, bleeding through her fingers, threw herself against the abort cover with her shoulder. Crack. Martin shoved his screwdriver into the split plastic and pried. 4. Mara headbutted me. White sparks popped behind my eyes. My nose went numb first, then flooded with pain. 3. I let go of her wrist with my cut hand and grabbed her coat collar instead, dragging her sideways, away from the button. 2. Martin's screwdriver snapped. 1. Janelle punched the cracked cover with the heel of her injured arm and screamed. The plastic gave. Martin slapped the red button. The alarm did not stop. For half a second, I thought we had failed. Then the speaker changed. Abort engaged. Evacuate protected area. Abort engaged. Wallace collapsed onto his side behind the glass. The lurch of relief nearly dropped me. Mara used it. She kicked me in the stomach. I folded, breath gone, and she ripped free. The utility knife clattered somewhere under the wall conduit, knocked loose in the struggle. She did not chase it. Instead, she grabbed the note from the floor and ran into the freight corridor. Go, Janelle said through clenched teeth. I've got Wallace. You're bleeding. So are you. Go. Martin was already at the internal storage B door, yanking at the handle. It's still locked. Override, Janelle asked. Panel S on this side. Then open it. With one good hand, yes, thank you, I had inferred. Mara's footsteps echoed away toward the lift. I looked at Wallace through the window. Alive, trapped, but alive. Then I looked down the corridor where Mara had gone. The note, the photo, the voices, my mother's name, Rachel S., my father's letter. Every road in the night led back to that note in her hand. I ran after her, not heroically, not well. My thigh throbbed from the kick. Blood from my palm made the flashlight slick. My nose had started dripping down over my lip, warm and salty. I nearly slipped at the corner and caught myself on a pipe with my bad hand. Pain flashed so bright I made a sound I didn't recognize. Mara was at the freight lift gate, fumbling with the chain latch. Mara, she turned. Her cap was gone. Her hair stuck to her face with sweat. Up close, under the red light, she looked less like a mastermind than a person who had been awake too long and had chosen one terrible road because going back would mean seeing herself clearly. Move, she said. No, you don't even know what this is. Then tell me, she laughed again, but this time it broke halfway through. Now, behind me, Martin shouted from the vestibule, a metallic bang. The locked storage B door, Janelle giving orders in clipped bursts. Wallace making muffled sounds. Mara shook the lift gate. You had 7 months to notice. Notice what, my brother? The words hit wrong because I had no place to put them. What brother? Darren Voss, she said. 36, male, Warwick. Contract electrician, temporary badge. He did the camera rewiring last winter. He died 2 weeks later. I don't know you don't, her voice sharpened. You don't remember him because people like you sign logs and wave contractors through and forget they exist. The name stirred something then, not a face. A line in an incident report Wallace had mentioned during training. An electrician who fell at home after a job or had a heart attack. Something brushed aside with insurance language. What happened to him? I asked. You tell me. I don't know. You read your father's letter and you still don't know. The corridor seemed to tilt. My father had nothing to do with this museum. Mara's eyes narrowed. He donated the Weatherby papers through Marion's family trust. The ledger, the shipping records, the nice little sanitized collection your donors clap for. Sela's, Weatherby's painted hand on his ledger. The cedar box, my mother's maiden name. my father's envelope. Pieces moved, but not into a picture yet. Mara pulled the note open with shaking hands. Darren found the hidden page during the camera install, behind the frame. A conservation pocket nobody logged. Names, payments, a child, your family's name in the margins like rot under paint. He took a picture and told Wallace. Wallace, he said it was above Darren's pay grade. Next week, Darren was blacklisted from 3 contracts. Then his van brakes failed on Route 10. That was when the terror shifted. Until then, I had been afraid of being exposed. Now I understood Mara had built the whole night out of the same fear. Only hers had hardened into a weapon. Mara, I said slowly, if Wallace covered something up, she snapped. You were supposed to take the note. You were supposed to make it public because it had your name on it, because they'd believe a Mercer before they'd believe me. The lift gate rattled open. She stepped inside. I caught the gate before she could slam it shut. You tied Wallace up and nearly killed him. He nearly killed my brother. You don't know that. Her face changed. That was the wrong thing to say. She shoved the gate against my shoulder. I pushed back. She was strong from work, from hauling crates and building walls, from years of being invisible until she needed not to be. My injured hand slipped. She kicked at my knee, caught the same thigh, and pain buckled me again. The gate slammed half shut between us. Then the freight lift groaned, moving. She had hit the control. I grabbed the chain link with both hands before thinking. My cut palm screamed. The lift started rising, slow but powerful, dragging the gate upward inside the shaft. Elias, Janelle shouted behind me. I could have let go. I should have. Instead, I pulled myself onto the lip of the freight platform as it rose. Mara stared at me, furious and scared. You idiot. Yes, I said, breathless. That's been established. The lift climbed from the lower storage level toward the first floor loading dock. The shaft was open on one side, concrete sliding past inches from my shoulder. My shoe was half off the platform. If I slipped, I wouldn't fall far at first. Then I would fall under the lift. Mara reached for the emergency stop. I lunged and caught her sleeve. She swung at my face. No knife now, just fist. It connected with my already broken nose, and pain detonated behind my eyes. I lost my grip and dropped to one knee on the platform. The note fluttered from her hand. It landed between us. For a second, we both looked at it. Cream paper, black ink, old fold lines. Mara moved first. So did I. We hit the floor of the freight lift together. My shoulder struck the metal diamond plate. Her elbow caught my jaw. The note slid toward the platform edge, lifted by the draft in the shaft. I slammed my bloody palm over it. Mara froze. She could have kicked me again. She could have gone for my fingers. Instead, she looked at my hand on the paper and started crying without sound. Tears cut clean paths through dust on her cheeks. You don't get to hide it, she said. I won't. You will. People always do. The lift jolted as it reached the first floor, loading dock level. The gate rattled open automatically. Cold air rushed in from the dock bay. Not outside air exactly, but the larger, cooler air of the receiving area. Rubber mats, cardboard, diesel residue, rainwater dried in tire tracks. The big roll-up door was shut. Beside it, the The loading office window glowed dimly. A figure stood near the dock controls. Grant Wallace. For one impossible second, my brain refused what my eyes saw. Then the figure turned, and it was not Wallace. Same white shirt, same build from a distance, but younger, leaner. A man in Wallace's spare security jacket, holding a radio in one hand and a small tablet in the other. Caleb Burke, 32, male, from Pawtucket, Rhode Island. IT contractor. I knew him vaguely from late-night network updates. A quiet guy with wire-frame glasses and a habit of eating vending machine pretzels over expensive keyboards. He had badge access, system knowledge, camera access. He could spoof footage. He could kill Wi-Fi. He could open housings and plant jammers and send voices through radios. Mara looked as shocked as I felt. "Caleb," she said. He raised the radio toward us. "You weren't supposed to bring him up here." Mara took one step out of the lift. "You said Wallace would confess." "He was never going to confess." "You said no one would get hurt." Caleb's face twisted. "Darren got hurt. That was the shape of it, not one central threat." 2. Mara, driven by grief and rage, and Caleb, who had turned that grief into a system. I stood slowly, the note crushed under my bloody hand. Caleb pointed at me. "Give it to her." "No," I said. Mara turned on him. "What did you do? What you wouldn't?" He tapped the tablet. "Police scanners quiet, networks mine, cameras looped. Wallace can explain himself when we're gone." The suppression system nearly discharged. It was controlled. "It wasn't," I said. Caleb's eyes flicked to me. "Shut up." There was a tremor in his voice. Not fear exactly. Overload, plans failing, variables moving from my belt. Martin's spare radio crackled. Janelle's voice came through, distorted but clear. "Elias, we got Wallace out. He's breathing. Martin's hurt but mobile. Where are you?" Caleb heard it. His face hardened. He tapped the tablet. The loading dock lights went out, total dark. Then red emergency light washed in low along the floor. Caleb ran, not at us, toward the loading office, toward the exterior door. Mara stood frozen. I shoved the note into my shirt pocket and went after him. The loading dock was a maze if you didn't work there. Crate stacks, pallet jacks, rolled packing blankets, a forklift parked with forks lowered, plastic-wrapped exhibition panels leaning against a wall. I had walked it during rounds, but running through it, half blind with blood in one eye, was different. Caleb knocked over a stack of empty frames behind him. They crashed across the floor, wood splitting, metal corners skittering. I hurdled one, landed wrong, and my thigh nearly gave out. He reached the loading office door. Locked. He swiped a badge. Red light, Janelle. She must have killed his access from the storage panel or Wallace's supervisor badge. Some small miracle earned, not given. Caleb screamed and slammed the tablet against the reader. I hit him from behind. We went into the wall together. Not clean, not dramatic. My shoulder clipped a metal shelf, and pain tore down my back. Caleb elbowed me in the ribs. I lost air. He twisted, surprisingly strong, and drove the radio into my cheekbone. I grabbed his jacket. He grabbed my injured hand, squeezed. I screamed. He shoved me off and bolted toward the roll-up door controls. Mara moved then. She stepped into his path. "Stop," she said. Mara, move. No, you wanted this. I wanted him to answer for Darren. I didn't want to kill a room full of people. A room full, Caleb barked a laugh. 3-night shift nobodies and the man who buried him. That word did it. Nobodies. Mara hit him with a packing blanket pole. It cracked against his wrist. The tablet flew from his hand and skidded under the forklift. Caleb lunged for her, and I tackled him low. My shoulder drove into his knees. We hit the concrete. His head struck the floor with a sound I felt more than heard. For a moment, he lay still. Too still. I backed away, panting. No sudden saviors, no perfect victory. Just 3 damaged people in a loading dock, 1 man on the floor, and an alarm still pulsing somewhere underneath us. Caleb groaned, alive. Mara dropped the pole and sank to sit against a crate. Her hands shook violently now, all the purpose draining out of her. Janelle's voice came over the radio again. Elia's. I fumbled for it with my slick hand. Loading dock. Caleb Burke. He's down. Mara Voss is here. We need police and EMS. A pause. Then Janelle said, landlines back. Police are en route. Don't move unless you have to. I almost laughed at that. Caleb rolled onto his side. His glasses were gone. Blood ran from a cut above his eyebrow. He looked young without them. Young and ruined. You don't know what's in that note, he said. I leaned against the freight lift gate because my legs were starting to tremble. No, I said. I don't. Mara looked up at me from the crate. Her voice came small. But you're going to read it now. I pulled the folded paper from my shirt pocket. My blood had soaked one corner. The old ink had blurred there, just a little, like a secret beginning to run. I opened it. Not all the way, not yet. Enough to see my father's handwriting at the top. Enough to see the name Marion Mercer. Enough to see another name below it. Silas Weatherby. And under that, in a careful column, payments, dates, initials, and one sentence circled so hard the pen had nearly torn through the paper. The portrait is not the secret. The ledger is. Behind me, the freight lift doors rattled. Below us, Martin shouted something. Outside, far away but growing closer, sirens began to thread through the sleeping city. The immediate threat was over. Wallace was alive. Caleb was on the floor. Mara had stopped running. But as I stood there with blood on my hands and my father's hidden paper open under museum emergency lights, I understood that the whispering had never been the horror. The horror was that someone had finally made the walls speak clearly. The first police officer who reached the loading dock asked me to put the paper down. Not, are you hurt? Not, what happened? Not even, show me your hands, though his partner did say that a second later, when she saw the blood. He looked at the folded note pinched between my fingers, the old cream paper darkening where my cut palm had soaked through it. And he said, very carefully, "Sir, set that on the floor and step away from it." I almost laughed. After everything, that was what made sense to him. Evidence. Chain of custody. A thing that could be bagged, labeled, photographed, argued over in a room with fluorescent lights. So I set it down on the concrete beside the freight lift gate and stepped back until my shoulder hit a stack of padded shipping blankets. My legs didn't stop shaking until the paramedic told me to sit. The loading dock filled with people in layers. Providence police first, then fire, EMS, then more police, then 2 museum administrators who had clearly dressed in the dark and wanted very badly for the night to be smaller than it was. The big roll-up door groaned open, letting in the blue-white flicker of emergency lights from Benefit Street. Cold morning air rolled across the dock and carried the smell of wet asphalt, diesel exhaust, cardboard dust, and old blood. Caleb Rourke lay on his side near the loading office with his wrists cuffed behind him. He kept asking for his glasses. No one gave them to him right away. When one officer finally found them under a crate dolly, one lens had a spiderweb crack through the center. Caleb put them on anyway and stared at the floor as if the broken glass gave him something private to hide behind. Mara Voss sat against the same crate where she had dropped, wrapped in a silver emergency blanket that made a dry, crinkling noise every time she breathed too hard. She did not fight when they cuffed her. She did not ask for a lawyer until a detective said the word conspiracy. Then she closed her eyes and said, "I want one before I say anything else." Her voice was flat by then, used up. Janelle stayed upright longer than any of us expected. That was Janelle Cross, 29, female, control operator from Boston, still trying to control the scene even with gauze pressed hard to the knife wound across her forearm. She told the first responding officer which doors were locked, which cameras had been looped, where the jammer had been found, and which systems had been tampered with. She gave all of it in order. Clean, precise. Her voice only broke when she reached the part about the duck chase. "Can I sit now?" she asked afterward. The paramedic beside her said, "Please." She sat on the dock edge with her boots dangling over the bumper strip and looked embarrassed by the idea of needing help. Martin Kessler, 57, male, maintenance technician from Hartford, tried to refuse transport until a firefighter unwrapped the rag around his hand and said, "Sir, I can see tendon movement, and I am begging you not to make me argue with you at 3 a.m. Martin looked personally offended by his own blood, then let them walk him to the ambulance. His bad knee had swollen under his work pants, too. He pretended not to limp. Everyone saw him limp. Grant Wallace came out of Storage B on a stretcher. He was alive. That mattered. It did not make him look innocent. His wrists were raw from the zip ties, his face gray and slick, oxygen mask fogging with each breath. He tried to speak when they wheeled him past me, but the paramedic held him down with one hand on his shoulder. "Later," she said. Wallace looked at me over the mask, and for the first time since I'd known him, he didn't look like my boss. He looked like a man who had spent a very long time believing locked doors stayed locked. I was taken to Rhode Island Hospital before dawn. Broken nose, 4 stitches in my palm, deep bruising across my thigh and ribs. No concussion, though the doctor used the phrase, borderline enough that I'm giving you instructions anyway, which sounded like something Rachel would have said if she had been less angry with me and more tired. My shirt was cut off. My uniform went into a paper bag. My hands were washed until the dried blood came away in pink threads under the sink water. The nurse who cleaned my palm had a soft voice and no patience for hero stories. "People always say they didn't know it was that bad," she said, threading the first stitch. The body is very good at lying for about 20 minutes. Mine made it almost an hour. Then yours is ambitious. I smiled, and pain split across my nose. By 7:30, Providence had turned gray with morning. Rain had finally come, light and steady, stippling the hospital windows. My phone worked again. It had a dozen missed calls from Sarah and one from Rachel. Sarah arrived first. Sarah Mercer, 38, female, my older sister from Warwick, came through the curtain with her hair still wet from the rain and her coat buttoned wrong. She stopped when she saw my face. Then she covered her mouth with both hands. I tried to make it easier. It looks worse than it is. She lowered her hands. You always say that. That landed harder than it should have. My mother was safe, asleep through most of it, according to Sarah, which was both a mercy and a wound. The cedar box had been in the closet, unopened. The photo Caleb sent had not been from that night. Later, the police said it had come from an old cloud backup, scraped from a shared family folder after Caleb breached my personal accounts through museum employee records and password resets. That made it less impossible. It did not make it less invasive. Sarah sat beside the bed and told me she had found the envelope. You opened it years ago, she said. I looked at the rain on the glass. Yes, Mom knew, I figured. She kept waiting for you to tell her. That was the kind of sentence that doesn't raise its voice because it doesn't need to. I told Sarah what I remembered from the letter. Not all the details. Some of them still belonged to my mother, but enough. My father had found records tied to Marion's family trust and the Weatherby acquisition. Payments made to keep a set of historical papers private. A ledger that connected respectable Providence names to the sale of people, property, and later hush money that protected descendants more than history. My father had not known what to do with it. Or maybe he had known and lacked the courage. I understood that too well to condemn him cleanly. Rachel called while Sarah was getting coffee. I almost didn't answer. Then I did. Rachel Alden, 35, female, originally from Portland, Maine, my ex-wife and the person whose name should never have come out of a hijacked radio in a museum, was quiet after I told her the basic version. Not the whole version. Not yet, but enough. So someone used my name to scare you, she said. Yes. And it worked. Yes. A pause. Then, softer. I'm sorry. That undid me more than blame would have. I had to press the phone against my shoulder and breathe through my mouth because my nose was packed and useless. I hid things, I said. I know. I thought hiding was better than dragging people into them. Eli, she said, and the name was gentle enough to hurt. Hiding still drags people. It just makes them walk in blind. We didn't reconcile. Life is not that generous. But we spoke for 12 minutes without performing at each other. And when she said, "Call me when the police are done," I said, "I will," and meant it. The legal part stretched longer than the medical one. Detectives took statements from all of us separately. They bagged the note, the jammer, Caleb's tablet, the industrial heaters, the broken keypad, the utility knife, the cracked radio, the epoxy-filled lock, and every strip of tape in the North Gallery. They pulled footage from camera backups Caleb hadn't wiped because Janelle had started copying logs before he realized she was doing it. That saved us. Janelle saved us. She hated when I said that later. Caleb Burke was charged with burglary, unlawful interception, and communications interference, assault, reckless endangerment, evidence tampering, and several computer crime counts that sounded too clean for what they had felt like in the dark. Mara Voss faced charges too: unlawful restraint, assault, burglary, conspiracy, and reckless endangerment. The district attorney would sort out degrees and intent. That was the phrase everyone used when they didn't want to say the obvious. Grief explains things, but it does not erase what someone does with it. Wallace was suspended before noon. By the end of the week, he resigned through a lawyer. He denied covering up Darren Voss's discovery. He denied threatening contractors. He denied knowing about any hidden ledger. But emails surfaced between him, a deputy director, and a private donor liaison using words like reputational exposure, containment, and non-productive contractor escalation. None of those words sounded like guilt by themselves. Together, they had a smell. The museum closed for security assessment and environmental remediation. That was the public phrase. Local news ran 2 segments. The first focused on the break-in. The second, after someone leaked enough about the Weatherby ledger, became about provenance, old money, and the kind of history museums sometimes frame beautifully while keeping the ugliest pages in a drawer. I did not go back for 2 weeks. When I did, it was daylight. That made the building look smaller, almost embarrassed. The North Gallery was closed to visitors with a temporary wall and a printed sign apologizing for conservation work. The Weatherby portrait had been removed. In its place was a pale rectangle on the wallpaper and 4 small nail holes. Without him, the room felt less watched, but not cleaner. Martin was there, one hand bandaged, leaning on a cane he had decorated with a strip of yellow caution tape, because he said if he had to use the thing, it might as well look employed. Janelle was there too, forearm wrapped, hoodie sleeves carefully pushed up so nothing touched the stitches. We stood in front of the empty space where Weatherby had hung. One made jokes for a while. Then Martin said, "Wall sounds quieter." Janelle looked at him. "Don't start." He nodded at the vent beneath the empty spot. I checked it. No speakers, no transmitters, no secret tunnel full of dead curators. Comforting, mostly dust. I looked at the vent. Its screws were new. The cover sat flush now, ordinary. That was the worst part of returning to normal. How easily the room accepted repair. New screws, fresh paint, updated locks, a printed sign, a staff email about resilience and care. The building could cover a wound faster than a person could. I was not fired. That surprised me. The new interim security director said my actions were irregular but materially life-saving, which was the kind of sentence museums produce when they want gratitude to wear a tie. I stayed on days for a month. Then, eventually, I took nights again. Not because I was brave, because rent was still rent, because fear does not pay invoices, because sometimes the only way to reclaim a place is to walk through it until your body stops expecting every vent to speak. I also went to my mother. Marion Mercer, 71, female, born in Rhode Island, and sharper than everyone believed because they mistook quiet for fragility, sat at her kitchen table while rain tapped the window over the sink. The cedar box rested between us. She touched the lid with 2 fingers. "Your father wanted to tell me," she said. "Why didn't he?" She looked tired. "Because he was ashamed of how relieved he felt when he didn't." I nodded. That I understood. We opened the box together, this time with permission. The envelope no longer felt like a trap. It felt like a door, and I was still afraid of what was behind it, but afraid with someone beside me. That made a difference. A month later, the museum announced an independent provenance review of the Weatherby collection. Darren Voss's name appeared in one article as a contract electrician who reportedly flagged irregularities before his death. Reportedly. Such a careful word. Mara's lawyer argued she had been manipulated by Caleb and driven by institutional silence. Caleb's lawyer argued mental distress. Wallace's lawyer argued nothing in public. The portraits did not whisper anymore. At least, not to me. But on my first overnight shift back, I stood by the donation kiosk at 2:13 a.m. with a fresh coffee cooling beside the sign that told guests not to place beverages there. The north gallery was still closed. The temporary wall cast a flat shadow across the floor. My new radio sat heavy on my belt. Updated firmware, logged channels, fresh battery. The building ticked. The vents breathed. Somewhere far off, a pipe knocked twice. Then once. Tap, tap, tap. I waited. No voice came. No name. No secret. Just old plumbing inside old walls, answering pressure in the dark. I told myself that was all it was. And because I had learned something from the worst night of my life, I wrote it down anyway. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I rent out cabins in the woods, but cabin 6 checks itself in is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The reservation printer went off at 11:43 p.m., which would have been annoying but normal, except I had unplugged it at dinner. Not shut it down, not put it on sleep. Unplugged. The cord was still curled on top of the file cabinet behind the desk, black and rubbery in the glow from the emergency light, because the outlet had been sparking earlier, and I'd promised myself I'd deal with it in the morning. Still, the little thermal printer on the counter coughed once, clicked like a beetle trapped in a matchbox, and fed out a strip of paper with a clean black line across the top. Then it printed, Cabin 6. Check incomplete. The office smelled like wet pine, printer dust, and old coffee that had burned down to syrup in the pot. Rain crawled down the front windows in crooked lines, turning the porch lights into watery yellow smears. Somewhere outside, a gutter chain ticked against the siding. Tick, 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 like somebody tapping a fingernail because I was taking too long to answer. My name is Mara Ellison, and I run Pinehook Cabins with my older brother on the western edge of the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. About 20 minutes from Kane, if the road is clear, and closer to 40, when the fog comes down hard enough to make the deer look like scraps of paper moving through the trees. We inherited the place from our Aunt Lorna 3 years ago, which sounds quaint until you learn that inherited meant unpaid property taxes, 6 cabins with roofs in different stages of surrender, a septic system held together by optimism, and a guest book full of people who wrote things like peaceful stay after complaining for 2 days that the Wi-Fi didn't reach the fire pit. It was 34 that fall, old enough to know a printer couldn't work without power, and tired enough to stare at it for 5 full seconds before doing anything useful. The strip of paper kept curling out. Guest name, walk-in payment, cash key issued, yes unit, cabin 6 time. 11:43 p.m. I leaned over the desk and looked behind the printer, even though I already knew what I would see. No cord plugged in, no backup battery, no little blinking light, nothing. Evan, I called. My voice came out flatter than I meant it to. The office was attached to the supply room by a narrow hallway lined with framed photos of smiling guests holding fish they had probably bought from the bait shop. The light in that hall flickered when the wind shoved rain against the building, and a shadow from the coat rack jumped across the wall like someone stepping backward. In here, Evan called back. If the pipes cracked again, I'm walking into the lake. Characters present as they appear. Mara Ellison, 34, female, co-owner and manager of Pinehook Cabins, practical to a fault, afraid of being seen as careless after a past mistake cost her a job. Evan Ellison, 38, male, Mara's brother and co-owner, a former contractor with a bad knee, and a talent for jokes that arrive one beat before panic. He came through the hall with a flashlight clenched in his teeth and a roll of plumber's tape hooked around 2 fingers. His flannel shirt was damp at the shoulders, and there was a dark smudge of grease under one eye where he'd rubbed at his face. He moved with that little hitch in his right leg he tried to hide from guests, especially the ones who looked like they might leave reviews using words like unsafe. "What?" he said around the flashlight. I pointed. He took the flashlight out of his mouth. "That's not funny. I didn't do it. I didn't say you did. You looked like you were about to." Evan came around the desk and bent over the receipt, holding the flashlight close. The beam made the fresh ink shine for a second before it dulled. "Printer's unplugged," I said. "I can see that. It printed anyway." "I can see that too, Mara." There was a snap in his voice, not anger exactly, more like the first dry twig under a boot. Outside, thunder rolled somewhere behind the ridge, soft and heavy. Not close enough to rattle the windows, but close enough to make the lamp over the check in desk hum. The office computer monitor was black. The router had been down since 9. Our booking system had been throwing errors all evening because the storm was chewing through the satellite connection. We had 2 families in cabin 2 and cabin 4, an older couple in cabin 1, nobody in 3 or 5, and cabin 6 was blocked off. Not empty. Blocked. There's a difference. Cabin 6 sat farthest from the office, down the gravel spur past the old canoe shed and the split rail fence that kept collapsing no matter how many times Evan repaired it. It had the best view of Pinehook Creek and the worst foundation on the property. Back in August, a storm had pushed water under the crawl space and shifted something just enough that the bathroom door no longer latched and the back bedroom floor dipped like a shallow bowl. We declosed it online, taped a laminated maintenance "Do not enter" sign to the porch rail, and moved the key into the red lockbox under the desk. I opened the drawer. The red lockbox was there. The little brass key tag marked 6 was not. For a second, neither of us said anything. The gutter chain kept ticking. Rain hissed in the parking lot. The refrigerator behind us gave a low compressor groan and clicked off, leaving the room thinner somehow. Every small sound promoted. Evan reached past me and lifted the lockbox with one hand, as if the key might be hiding under it out of embarrassment. "You moved it." "No, Jules, take it. She left at 7. Maybe she forgot to log something. Cabin 6 is blocked. Nobody can book it. People call. People show up. You know that. They don't print their own receipt from an unplugged printer." He rubbed his forehead with his thumb. "Okay, one weird thing at a time." That was Evan's way of staying calm. He put chaos into a line and made it wait its turn. I envied him for that, because my mind never did lines. My mind made piles. It took one wrong detail and stacked every past wrong detail on top of it until I could feel the weight in my ribs. The last time I ignored a system notification, a guest had slipped on black ice outside cabin 3. Nothing permanent. 4 stitches, a swollen wrist, a very expensive refund. But before Pinehook, back when I managed a budget lodge outside Erie, I'd missed a maintenance warning on a carbon monoxide detector because I'd been working a double and thought the night auditor had handled it. Nobody died. I need to say that. Nobody died. But a family woke up vomiting at 2 in the morning, and the mother kept saying, "My baby wouldn't open her eyes," while the paramedics carried the little girl out into the parking lot, wrapped in a blanket. I had been careful ever since. Careful in the way that makes you tired. Careful in the way that makes people roll their eyes when you ask them to check a lock twice. I picked up the receipt by the clean edge and held it under the desk lamp. Payment cash. Key issued, yes. We don't take cash after 10. We don't issue keys for blocked cabins. Could be a software hiccup. The software is down. Could be a queued print. From what? A reservation that doesn't exist. Evan looked at me. He had our father's eyes, gray-blue and good at hiding fear badly. I'm trying not to jump straight to somebody's messing with us. I looked toward the window. The office sat at the top of the loop road. From there, you could see the parking area, the dark hump of the firewood shed, and the first bend of the gravel road that led to the cabins. The storm had turned the glass reflective, so mostly I saw the office behind me. The map with thumbtacks, the rack of brochures for elk viewing and scenic railroad rides, Evan's flashlight beam shaking slightly in his hand. Then headlights slid between the trees. Slow, low, not on the main road, on our gravel. I stepped closer to the window and cupped my hands around my eyes. The reflection fell away enough for me to see a pale SUV creeping past the office sign, tires grinding wet stone. It didn't pull into the guest lot. It followed the loop. "Someone's here," I said. Evan came beside me. "Guests, not ours." The SUV passed under the first pole light. For a second, the rain made it look silver, then white. No front plate that I could see. Mud slapped up along the doors. The driver didn't stop at the office, didn't even slow. It turned toward the cabin road. "Hey," Evan was already moving. He grabbed his jacket from the hook and winced as he shoved his bad leg into the first step too fast. "Get the spare keys. I'm calling them. Whoever it is. With what number?" He was right. There was no number on the printout, no name, just walk in like the system had shrugged. I tried the office phone anyway. Dead. Not even static. My cell had one bar, then none, then one again, the little icon changing its mind every few seconds. Evan opened the drawer under the cash box and pulled out the heavy black flashlight we used when bears got into the dumpsters. "Stay here," I laughed once, sharp and ugly. "No, Mara, cabin 6 is unsafe, and I'll go tell them. You're limping." "I'm always limping." "That's not an argument." He turned, rain jacket half zipped, hair sticking up in tired brown tufts. "And you think both of us walking down there in a storm is smarter?" "No. I think one of us walking down there alone is how local news gets a chyron." He didn't smile. That was when the office door opened behind us. The bell above it gave its thin little jangle, too cheerful for the hour. Wind blew in first, carrying rain mist and the smell of soaked leaves. Then Jules Martinez stepped inside with her hood up, and both hands wrapped around a paper grocery bag like it contained something alive. Characters present as they appear. Jules Martinez, 27, female, Pinehooks part-time cleaner and desk help, local to Kane, sharp-eyed and blunt, dependable in a crisis, but prone to assuming people are lying before they have finished speaking. "You two look guilty," she said. "Please tell me the toilet in cabin 2 didn't explode again." "What are you doing back?" I asked. "Forgot the laundry card. Also brought you those stupid pretzels you like because I'm a saint." She set the bag on the counter and noticed the paper in my hand. Her face changed by a fraction. "What's that?" Evan said. "Did you check anyone into cabin 6? Jules stared at him. "That's not funny. Everyone keeps saying that," I said. "I mean it. I put the sign back up myself after those guys from Ohio tried to sneak in there to smoke." She pushed her hood down. Her dark hair was damp along her cheeks. "Why?" I handed her the receipt. She read it once, then again. "The printer's unplugged." "Yep," Evan said. Jules glanced behind the counter, confirming it for herself. Her lips pressed into a line. "Okay, so somebody came into the office. I was here. Maybe while you were in the supply room. The drawer was closed," I said. No bell rang. Jules lifted her eyebrows. "Bell just rang for me. That's my point." Another roll of thunder moved over us, closer this time. The lights dipped. Receipt fluttered in the draft from the open door, and I realized Jules hadn't shut it all the way. Beyond her, the porch boards gleamed black with rain. The path to the parking lot was empty. "Did you see a white SUV?" I asked. She nodded, past me on the access road, driving like they were following a hearse. "Could you see who was inside?" "Tinted windows. Out of state temporary tag, maybe. Paper 1. It was half peeled off." Evan swore under his breath. Jules's gaze moved from him to me. Where did it go? Toward cabin 6, I said. That took the attitude out of her face. For a moment, we all listened. There's a particular way woods sound during a hard rain. Not quiet, never quiet. Water hitting leaves, water dropping from leaves onto lower leaves, water running down bark, water finding every loose seam in a roof and every dip in a road. Usually it comforted me because it blurred things. Guest noise, animal noise, distant traffic on Route 6. All of it softened. That night, it did the opposite. It gave every hidden thing a place to move. Evan reached for the keyboard out of habit, then stopped when his hand found the empty hook for cabin 6. He looked at me, and I knew he was thinking what I was thinking. If someone had the key, they either took it from our office or had copied it before. Both were bad. One meant we had a stranger on the property. The other meant we had a stranger who knew our property. Jules said we should call the sheriff. I'm trying. Held up my phone. 1 bar, no service. 1 bar, storm's killing it. Radio, Evan shook his head. In the truck. Of course it is. My fault, he said. I like storing emergency equipment in convenient places like vehicles parked outside during storms. Jules took the big flashlight from his hand and tested it against her palm. A hard white circle jumped over her fingers. We go to the truck first. Get the radio. Call it in from there if the repeater's behaving. Evan said. You think I'm driving home after seeing a ghost receipt? Not a ghost, I said automatically. Jules looked at the unplugged printer. Right, a completely normal receipt with ambitious personal goals. It's a glitch, Evan said. It can be a glitch and a break-in, I said. Both of them looked at me. The words had come out before I could soften them. That happened when I was scared. I became precise, which people mistook for calm until they noticed my hands. I put the receipt down so they wouldn't. I'm saying we don't know what it is, I continued. But we do know cabin 6 isn't safe. If someone's in there, drunk or lost or trying to squat, we can't ignore it. Evan's jaw worked. He hated that I was right when being right made things worse. The computer behind the desk suddenly woke. Not fully. Just the monitor flashing gray, then black, then gray again. The old speakers gave a wet pop. Jules flinched so hard the flashlight beam jumped to the ceiling. A box appeared on the screen. The booking software login window. Then, under it, a notification slid up in the corner. New note added to cabin 6. None of us moved. The mouse pointer drifted, slow and uneven, as if the desk itself were tilted and it was sliding downhill. It stopped over the notification. Clicked. The reservation page opened. Cabin 6. Walk in. Cash. Checked in 11:43 p.m. In the notes field, one sentence had been typed in all lowercase. Please leave the porch light on. The office lights blinked once. Outside, far down the cabin road, a small square of yellow appeared between the trees. Cabin 6's porch light. I knew because it had a warmer bulb than the others. An old bug light Aunt Lorna had installed years ago, and Evan kept meaning to replace. It glowed amber through the rain, soft and wrong, in a cabin we had left dark. Jules whispered, "Did either of you turn that on?" "No," Evan said. I could hear myself breathing. Not gasping. Nothing dramatic. Just too loud through my nose, like I'd been walking uphill. the sensible part of my brain started making its list. Someone had gotten the key. Someone had entered the cabin. Someone had found the breaker panel and turned power back on. Someone might be inside right now, wet and cold and angry, maybe harmless, maybe not. The printer could have spat out a cued receipt when power flickered. The computer could have reconnected to the system. The note could have been entered remotely. Any of it could be explained. Not together, maybe, but piece by piece, if you were desperate enough to keep the world ordinary. Evan zipped his jacket the rest of the way. Truck, radio. Then we decide whether to approach or wait. We already know what you want, Jules said. I want nobody falling through a floor. I want nobody hiding in the woods watching us debate floor safety. I picked up the receipt and folded it once, then slid it into my back pocket. Evidence, maybe, or a reminder that I wasn't allowed to pretend later that I hadn't seen it. At the door, Evan paused and looked at me. You can stay in the office. He meant it kindly. That made it worse. I thought of the little girl in Erie wrapped in a blanket, her mother's voice scraping itself raw. I thought of cabin 6's sagging floor and the missing key, and the amber porch light shining like an invitation at the end of the road. I thought, too, of every review that had praised me for being attentive, careful, always available. How thin those words felt when something actually went wrong. No, I said, I'm coming. Jules handed me the smaller flashlight from the umbrella stand. Then lock the office. I looked at the deadbolt, looked at the printer, looked at the computer screen where the cursor blinked at the end of the note as if waiting for someone to add more. The rain hammered the porch roof. The truck was only 30 yards away, but the path to it was dark between two failing lights. And beyond that, cabin 6 glowed at the edge of the woods. We had two choices that made sense. Stay inside, lock the door, and hope the cell signal came back before whoever had checked into cabin 6 decided to come to us. Or step out into the rain, get the radio, and admit that hope wasn't a plan. I turned the lock behind us and followed Evan and Jules off the porch. The rain made the 30 yards to Evan's truck feel longer than the gravel road to cabin 6. It came down in hard silver slants, bouncing off the porch steps and ticking against the hood of the office like handfuls of thrown seed. My flashlight beam looked weak in it, more like something being swallowed than something cutting through. Evan went first, his shoulders hunched, one hand out to steady himself on the railing. Jules followed close behind him, scanning the trees instead of the ground, which was how she nearly stepped straight into the washed-out rut beside the parking pad. Careful, I said, grabbing her sleeve. She jerked back. I'm careful. Your boot was halfway in a hole. Yeah, well, I was watching for the person who apparently checked himself into our condemned cabin. Blocked, Evan said over his shoulder. Jules blinked rain out of her eyes. What? Blocked, not condemned. That distinction going to comfort anybody when the floor drops. Evan didn't answer. His truck was parked nose out beside the woodshed. A dark blue Silverado with one fogged headlight and a dent in the tailgate from when he had backed into the snowplow blade 2 winters earlier. The radio was mounted under the dash, part of the county volunteer network we weren't technically supposed to use unless it was an emergency. Evan had done enough storm cleanup and search and rescue callouts around Kane that nobody minded, as long as he didn't chatter on it like a hobbyist. He fumbled with his keys. "Come on," Jules muttered. "I'm going as fast as my fingers work." The keys slipped, hit gravel, vanished into water. For one clean second, all three of us stared down. Then Evan said, very quietly, "You have got to be kidding me." I crouched, flashlight clenched between my teeth, and scraped my fingers through mud and stones. Rain ran off my hood into my eyes. The gravel was cold enough to ache. My hand found a cigarette butt, a maple leaf gone slick as skin, then metal. "Got them," I said. Evan took the keys without looking at me, and I knew that was embarrassment, not rudeness. He unlocked the truck and climbed in, pulling himself up with more effort than usual. Jules opened the passenger door and leaned across to flip the radio switch before he had fully sat down. The radio hissed. Not dead, at least, but not clean. Evan adjusted the squelch, tapped the mic twice, and said, "McKean Base, this is Pinehook Cabins, Ellison. We need to report a possible unauthorized entry in Cabin 6 and request." Static crushed the rest. He waited, jaw tight, then tried again. "McKean Base, Pinehook Cabins. Possible break-in. Occupied unsafe structure. Storm conditions. Do you copy?" The radio popped whined, then spat out half a voice. "Hook, repeat, signal weak." Evan leaned closer, as if proximity could make the ridge move. "Pinehook Cabins. We have someone possibly inside a closed cabin. Structural issue. We need a deputy or fire assist." Static again. Then, "Road washout near Gibbs Hill, units delayed, advise you." "What?" Jules said. "Advise us what?" Evan pressed the mic. "Base, repeat last." A burst of crackle. A woman's voice came through, thin and broken, words arriving in pieces. "Do not approach if suspect. Maintain visual medical. If injury, storm response backlog. ETA unknown." The radio cut out. Nobody spoke for a moment. There it was. The concrete problem, stripped of every weird detail and made ugly by ordinary reality. Someone might be in Cabin 6, a cabin with a bad floor and damp wiring, during a storm that had already knocked half our system sideways, and help might not come before the building hurt them, or they hurt themselves, or before they hurt us. Evan looked through the windshield toward the cabin road. The amber porch light was still visible between the trees, small, steady, too steady in the rain. "We maintain visual," he said. "From where?" Jules asked. "The truck, the office, because all I can see from here is a porch light and enough trees to hide a marching band. We're not going in." "I didn't say go in. You were about to." "I was about to say we need to know if someone is inside." "Same thing." I stepped back from the open door and looked toward the cabins. Cabin 1's porch light was off. Mr. and Mrs. Keller always went to bed by 10. Cabin 2 had a bathroom light glowing blue through the frosted window. Cabin 4 had a string of tiny white lights around the railing because the Pearson kids had begged to keep them on. All normal. All little squares of people trusting us to know what we were doing. My phone buzzed in my coat pocket. The sound was small, nearly lost under the rain, but my whole body snapped toward it. I pulled it out with wet fingers. 1 bar. A notification had come through from the booking app. Cabin 6. Guest message received. I opened it. The screen lagged, then loaded a white message box. The bathroom smells like gas for a second. The words didn't land as words. They were shapes. Black marks on a glowing screen. Then my brain put them together, and something inside me narrowed hard. "No," I said. Evan looked at me. "What?" I held the phone out. He read it. Jules read over his shoulder. "Gas," Jules said. "Cabin 6 doesn't have gas." "It is propane," Evan said. "Water heater and wall heater." "I thought you shut that off." "I did. You sure?" His face tightened. "Yes, I'm sure." I could see the argument forming between them, and for once, I didn't step in to smooth it over. The message on my phone had reached into that old place in me, the Erie Lodge, the carbon monoxide detector, the little girl's limp hand hanging from the blanket. I could feel the memory as a physical thing, not a picture so much as the smell of ambulance exhaust and winter salt and my own coffee breath under fluorescent lights, while a firefighter asked me who had inspected the unit last. "The bathroom smells like gas." Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone had found the booking page and was messing with us. Maybe someone inside cabin 6 had mistaken damp wood, old septic, or mouse nests for propane. Maybe not. "We have to shut off the propane at the tank," I said. Evan turned on me. "We don't know there's a leak. That's why we shut it off. The tank for 6 is behind the cabin. I know where it is. In the mud, under trees, in lightning, with a possible trespasser inside. We don't need to go inside. We need to go behind it." Jules wiped rain from her upper lip with the back of her hand. "And if someone is actually smelling gas, we can't wait for deputies stuck behind a washout." Evan looked like he wanted to argue with both of us and the weather. "The main valve should already be closed." "Should be," I said. It came out too pointed. His head turned. "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Say should like I didn't do my job." "I'm not saying you didn't. You are." Jules made a low sound. "Great, perfect time." Evan ignored her, eyes on me. "I closed the valve after the foundation inspection." "In August." "Yes, in August. And we've had contractors in and out since then." 2 contractors, both supervised. By who? By me. The rain hit the truck roof so hard it sounded like frying grease. I hated that I had asked it that way. I hated more that he had heard what sat underneath. My fear that everyone missed things, including him, including me. Especially me. There were days I trusted lists more than people, because lists didn't get tired or defensive or embarrassed. Lists didn't say, "I'll do it later," then limp to bed after 16 hours of patching roofs and unclogging drains. Evan's expression shifted, hurt tucked under anger. "Mara, I know what happened in Erie wasn't nothing, but this isn't that. You don't know that." "No, I don't, and neither do you." My phone buzzed again. We all looked. Guest message received. I swallowed and tapped it. "I can hear someone under the floor," Jules said. "Jesus." Evan leaned away slightly, as if the message had heat. "Okay. That's not gas." "No," I said. "That's panic." "Or bait," Jules said. Her voice had gone flat. Not scared exactly. Appraising. She had grown up around people who lied for small reasons before graduating to bigger ones, and she treated trust like a door she opened with a chain still on. "Bait for what?" Evan asked. "To get us near the cabin. By reporting a gas smell." Gets responsible people moving, doesn't it? She wasn't wrong. That was the problem with the messages. Each one pressed exactly where it needed to. Unsafe cabin, gas, someone under the floor. If they were fake, whoever sent them understood how to make us choose action over caution. A faint sound rose under the rain. At first, I thought it was wind moving through the culvert. Then it came again, sharper. 3 short blasts. A car horn from cabin 6. Not long, not frantic. 3 taps, evenly spaced. Beep, beep, beep. The sound traveled strangely through the trees, muffled by rain and branches. But there was no mistaking it. Evan grabbed the flashlight from the center console. "Nope," Jules said. "Don't you dare nope your way into walking down there." "I'm going to the bend," he said. "Not the cabin, the bend. You said maintain visual." "I can't maintain visual through a pine tree." I put my phone in my pocket and tried to think like an owner, not like a frightened former night manager with a scar tissue memory. We need to do 3 things. Shut off propane if it's on. Get eyes on the cabin. Warn the other guests to stay inside. 4 things, Jules said. Don't die. That too. Evan stepped out of the truck with a grunt. "Mara, you go back to the office and keep trying 911 from the landline. The landline is dead. Then cell, booking app, anything. I'm not letting you go down there without me." He shut the truck door harder than necessary. "This isn't about you letting me." The words hit wrong. They landed in that sibling place where every adult disagreement still has the bones of childhood in it. Him telling me I was too controlling, me telling him he was careless. Both of us resenting how often we were right. Jules slipped between us physically, planting one boot in a puddle. Here's a thought. Nobody goes alone. Nobody goes inside. We take the truck as far as the bend, headlights on cabin 6. We don't approach the porch unless there's visible injury or fire. Mara messages the guest to leave the cabin immediately because of possible propane danger. Evan shuts the propane off only if we can reach the tank without going near doors or windows. I watch the tree line and call out if anything moves. Evan stared at her. "You've thought about this. I clean cabins alone. I think about every exit everywhere." That shut him up. I typed with wet thumbs. "This is Pinehook management. Leave cabin 6 immediately. Do not turn lights on or off. Do not use appliances. There may be a propane issue. Walk to the office porch now." The little spinning icon turned and turned. Then the message sent. No reply. We got into the truck. Evan drove, Jules in the passenger seat with the radio mic in one hand and flashlight in the other. Me in the cramped back seat amid toe straps, a chainsaw case, and a box of reflective vests. The cab smelled like damp canvas, motor oil, and Evan's cinnamon gum. Wipers slapped at full speed and still couldn't clear the windshield fast enough. The gravel loop curved downhill. Water crossed it in thin brown sheets, carrying pine needles and bits of bark. The truck rocked over potholes. Every few seconds, the headlights caught tree trunks slick and black, then lost them. Cabin 2 appeared on the left. One of the curtains twitched. "Guests are watching," I said. "Of course they are," Jules said. "People hear a horn at midnight in the woods. They don't think, must be fine. We should warn them. We stop at cabin 2. We lose sight of 6. We don't have sight of 6 anyway." Evan slowed as we passed the canoe shed. The road forked there, left toward cabins 3, 4, and 5, right down the narrower spur to cabin 6. He stopped before the split. From here, the porch light was clearer. The cabin sat about 80 yards ahead, half screened by wet hemlocks, its roofline low and dark. The amber bulb made the porch rail look almost orange. The white SUV was parked beside it, angled badly, one front tire off the gravel in the weeds. The driver's door was open. That was new. Doors open, Jules said. Evan killed the wipers for 1 second. The sudden absence of their thumping made the rain sound enormous. No person moved near the SUV. No one came out onto the porch. My phone buzzed again. I almost didn't look. Guest message received. The door locked behind me. I read it aloud. Jules turned in her seat. Which door? Another buzz. Back bedroom. Evan's hands tightened on the wheel. Back bedroom floor is the worst part. How bad? Jules asked. Bad enough I screwed plywood over the entrance. The entrance to the bedroom. Yes, I closed my eyes for half a second. So if someone is in that room, they moved the plywood. Or someone moved it for them, Jules said. Evan opened his door. Wait, I said. He froze. Not because I had authority, but because my voice cracked. I tried again. Wait, think. I am thinking. Someone's trapped in the back bedroom of an unsafe cabin where they're reporting gas. Or someone is telling us that. Either way, we need to check. Jules lifted the radio mic. Base Pinehook. We have possible occupant trapped inside cabin 6. Possible propane leak. Vehicle on scene. Need immediate assistance. Static. Then a broken response. Pinehook. Copy. Partial units tied. If immediate life safety. Evacuate if safe. If safe, Jules repeated. Helpful. The radio popped again. Avoid ignition sources. Evan looked at the truck headlights, then at me. None of us said what we were all thinking. The headlights were ignition sources only in the broadest, scariest sense. But the truck itself was a running engine pointed at a cabin where someone claimed to smell gas. Back up, I said. Evan shifted into reverse and eased the truck 20 yards back to the fork, leaving the cabin dimmer, but still visible. He shut off the engine. Sudden quiet inside the cab felt too intimate. Rain drummed overhead. The heater fan spun down with a tired sigh. My phone showed 1 bar again. I typed another message. If you are in the back bedroom, move away from the bathroom and exterior wall. Do not touch switches. Is anyone injured? Spinning icon. Sent. We waited. The reply came in less than 10 seconds. Not alone, Jules whispered. I hate that. Ask how many, Evan said. I typed. How many people are inside cabin 6? No reply. The porch light flickered. Once. Then the cabin went dark. Not just the porch. The entire shape of it seemed to withdraw into the trees. The amber square vanished, and the storm filled the space where it had been. Then the SUV horn sounded again. This time it did not stop. A long, flat blare poured through the woods, urgent and mechanical, bouncing off wet trunks and cabin walls. Lights came on behind us. Cabin 2. Cabin 4. Child's face appeared in a window, pale and round, then disappeared as someone pulled the curtain shut. Battery'll die, Evan said, absurdly practical. Or someone's leaning on it, Jules said. The horn kept going. I shoved open the back door and stepped into the rain before either of them could tell me not to. The sound drilled into my teeth. We have to wake the guests. Keep them inside, away from windows. If there's gas or some lunatic down there. A scream cut through the horn. It came from cabin 6. Hi, human, brief. Then the horn stopped. The silence after it wasn't silence at all. It was rain and water, and the truck's cooling engine ticking under the hood. But the missing horn left a hole in the night, and in that hole I heard something else. Wood cracking, not a branch. A heavy interior crack, dull and splintering, from the direction of cabin 6. Evan was already moving down the spur. Evan, I shouted. He didn't stop. His bad leg made him uneven on the gravel, and for one awful second, I saw him not as my brother, but as another person I was responsible for, another name I might someday have to explain to a deputy under fluorescent lights. Jules grabbed the reflective vests from the back seat and threw one at me. Put it on. What are you doing? Going after him before he gets himself killed. The radio crackled inside the truck, a voice trying to break through and failing. My phone buzzed in my hand one more time. I looked down. Guest message received. She fell through ahead of us. Evan's flashlight beam jerked toward the dark cabin, and his voice carried back through the rain. Mara, bring the pry bar. That was the complication that made the choice for us. Not whether to approach cabin 6. How fast we could get there before the person inside stopped screaming for reasons that had nothing to do with ghosts. The pry bar was under the passenger seat because Evan kept tools in places that made sense only after he explained them. I found it by touch, my fingers closing around cold metal and a grit of old sawdust. The truck cab still held the smell of heater air and wet jackets, but outside it was all rain and churned mud, and the faint raw stink of disturbed earth from the ditch beside the fork. Jules grabbed the big flashlight, the radio mic, and a coil of orange extension cord by mistake before swearing and throwing the cord back inside. Leave that, she said to herself. Idiot. Not helpful, Jules. I know, but she didn't. None of us did. That was the shape of the night by then. We had just enough information to move, not enough to move well. The layout mattered. The office and main lot sat uphill behind us. The gravel loop curved down past cabin 1 on the left, cabin 2 on the right, then bent around the fire pit toward cabins 3, 4, and 5. Cabin 6 was alone, down a narrower spur that ran east through hemlocks and low laurel, ending at a little turnaround beside Pinehook Creek. The cabin's front porch faced the spur. Its back wall faced the creek. The propane tank sat behind it, near the bathroom wall, tucked between 2 leaning pines. The crawl space hatch was on the right side if you were facing the front door. Evan was already halfway down that spur, his flashlight beam bobbing hard over the wet gravel. Evan, I shouted again. This time he stopped, but only because the road itself stopped cooperating. A pine limb had come down across the spur between us and cabin 6. Not a full tree. A heavy branch, maybe 8 inches thick at the broken end, dragged down by rain and wind. It lay diagonally from the left ditch toward the middle of the road, needles thrashing in the runoff. Evan stood on the far side of it, breathing hard, one hand braced against his bad knee. "How did you get over that so fast?" Jules called. I stepped over it. "You mean fell with style? Bring the bar." The horn had stopped, but the scream seemed to have left an impression in the air. Every sound after it felt like an answer arriving late. Rain on leaves, water rushing in the ditch, the wooden creak of cabin 6 settling somewhere ahead in the dark. We reached the branch. Jules trained the flashlight past Evan toward the cabin. Without the porch light, cabin 6 was a black shape with a shallow roof and 2 front windows that reflected nothing. The SUV sat to the right of the porch at an angle, nose toward the creek, driver's door still open. Interior dome light on, weak, yellow-white. Through the rain, it looked like an eye half open. Attempt 1 was simple. Get closer without going in, shut off the propane, and make whoever was inside come out. Simple plans are lies you tell yourself so your feet will move. Evan took the pry bar from me. "Stay on the road. Don't bunch up." "You planning to fight the propane tank?" Jules asked. "I'm planning to keep us from falling over each other if someone comes out." His voice had turned contractor flat, the tone he used with storms and septic backups and drunk guests who wanted refunds because raccoons existed. It steadied me a little, not much. We climbed over the fallen branch. My boots slipped on wet bark, and I caught myself with my palm against the broken end. A spear of wood drove into the heel of my hand. "Damn it," Jules swung the light down. "You cut, splinter, big splinter or little splinter?" "Annoying splinter." Tonight, annoying things get promoted. She wasn't wrong. Blood mixed with rain in the lines of my palm, thin and pink. I wiped it on my jeans and kept moving. At 30 yards from the cabin, the smell reached us. Not strong. Not the rotten egg slap people imagine when they think of propane. More like something sour under wet wood and mouse droppings. It came and went with the wind, faint enough to argue with yourself about. Evan stopped. "You smell that?" "Yes," I said. Jules lifted her chin. "Could be the septic vent." "Septic vent S on the other side." "Then I hate that." A shape moved in cabin 6's left front window. Jules made a small sound and raised the flashlight. The beam hit glass, bounced, and filled the window with our own smeared reflections. For half a second, I saw 3 pale faces floating there, one taller, one hooded, one with rain shining on her cheeks, and my brain screamed inside before the angle shifted and the faces broke apart. "Reflection," Evan said. "I knew that," Jules said too fast. The misdirection should have been funny. It was. My pulse had already climbed into my throat, and it stayed there, beating against words I didn't say. Evan cupped his hands and called toward the cabin. "Pinehook management. If anyone's inside, come out now. Do not touch any switches." "Do you hear me?" Rain answered. Then, from somewhere inside, a muffled thump. Low, heavy, not near the front, toward the back bedroom. "Help," a woman shouted. The word came bent by walls and rain, but it was real. Not the app, not a glitch. A person. My whole body moved toward it. Evan threw an arm out. "No, she's inside." I heard. She said help. I heard. Another thump. Then a thinner voice, maybe the same woman, maybe not. "Please." Jules had the radio mic up. "Bass, Pinehook. confirm voice from inside cabin 6. Possible female trapped in rear room. Possible structural collapse. We need fire rescue now. Static. She tried again, while Evan angled off the road to the right, staying wide of the porch steps. We're going to the tank, he said. Valve first, then windows. Nobody opens the front door until we know gas isn't building. The ground beside cabin 6 sloped down toward the creek, and it turned slick under the rain. Pine needles matted over mud like wet hair. We moved single file along the right side of the cabin, keeping about 10 feet from the wall. The SUV was between us and the front corner now, driver's door creaking slightly in the wind. Its dome light showed the front seats. Empty. The side of the cabin had one small window high up for the bathroom, and farther back, the crawl space hatch Evan had mentioned. The hatch should have been screwed shut with a hasp. It hung open. Evan saw it when I did. Don't, Jules said. He crouched anyway, shining his flashlight toward the opening. The crawl space exhaled wet, cold air. I expected eyes. A hand. Some impossible pale face looking out from under the joists. What I saw was worse, because it made sense. Fresh scrape marks in the mud, 2 parallel grooves like something had been dragged under there, and a broken piece of plywood wedged just inside the hatch. Evan's voice went quiet. That's from the bedroom. The plywood, I asked. He nodded. I screwed it over the doorway. Someone tore it loose. From inside or outside, he didn't answer. The propane tank was another 20 feet toward the back corner. We could see the rounded white shape through the rain, tucked low behind the cabin. Evan moved toward it, testing each step. I stayed close enough to grab his jacket if his knee buckled. Jules kept turning, light flicking between the trees, the SUV, the crawl space opening, and the road behind us. That was when the first attempt failed. Evan reached the tank, bent, and swore. What? I asked. The valve's open. Close it. I'm trying. He set the pry bar down and put both hands on the valve wheel. It didn't move. Rust, Jules called. Not rust, it's jammed. He braced one boot against the tank footing and twisted harder. Somebody cranked it open past stop or bent the stem. The smell seemed stronger there, though maybe that was fear, making my nose useful. Rain dripped from the pine branches above us in fat, cold drops that hit my neck and ran down my spine. Use the pry bar, Jules said. If I snap the valve, we're worse off. From inside the cabin came another cry. This time I could make out words. My leg, I can't move. A woman. Definitely a woman, my phone buzzed. I flinched so hard I nearly slipped. Guest message received. Don't let him in, no apostrophe. Lowercase again. I stared at the screen, rain hitting the glass and opening ghost taps on the keyboard. Who? Jules asked, reading over my shoulder. Before I could answer, something cracked in the woods behind us. Jules spun with the flashlight. There, the beam caught movement between the hemlocks, low and fast. A dark shape bolted across the old footpath toward the creek, snapping laurel branches. Jules yelled. Evan grabbed the pry bar. I stepped back, hit the propane tank with my hip, and nearly went down. The shape crashed through brush, stopped, turned its head. 2 bright eyes flashed green-white. A raccoon, soaked and furious, scrambled onto a fallen log with a plastic grocery bag tangled around its middle. It hissed at the flashlight, then vanished down the bank. Jules lowered the beam inch by inch. "I'm going to pretend that didn't scare me." "It scared everybody," Evan said. "It did not scare you. You were ready to joust." "I hate raccoons." The explanation landed, but the fear didn't leave. It only changed seats, because the raccoon had come from near the creek path, where someone could have been, where someone might still be. Evan tried the valve once more. "Nothing. Partial shut off at the regulator," I asked. He gave me a quick look, surprised I remembered. "Maybe." He knelt in the mud, reaching under the hood of the regulator. The smell soured the air again. Jules stepped farther back. I watched his hands shake from cold, effort, or anger. Then he froze. "What now?" I said. "There's fresh tape on this." "Fresh how?" "Fresh as in someone worked on it tonight." He peeled a strip of yellow thread seal tape from the fitting. It stuck to his wet fingers. "Could a contractor have left it?" Jules asked. "No, I would have seen it. And this line," he tugged gently at the copper line feeding the cabin. "This line has been loosened." The second fact tightened the trap. This wasn't just someone sheltering in an unsafe cabin. Someone had interfered with the propane. Jules brought the radio close to her mouth again. "Base, Pinehook. Possible tampering with propane line at cabin 6. Active occupant inside. We are not able to shut off at tank. Need fire department." The radio spat back a shredded answer, mostly static, then one clear phrase. "Evacuate area." Evan looked at the cabin wall. "We can't evacuate her from out here." Attempt 2 formed under pressure. "Reach the woman through the rear bedroom window without opening doors or creating sparks." The back of cabin 6 was worse. Ground dropped more sharply there toward the creek, and the rain had turned the slope into a slick clay slide. The creek itself ran 20 yards beyond the back wall, swollen and fast, making a constant rushing sound like traffic under a bridge. The bedroom window faced that slope. It was small, old, and set chest high from inside, but nearly shoulder high from where we stood outside because of the drop. A pale hand slapped against the glass. I stumbled backward. The woman inside pounded again. "Help me." "We're here," I shouted. "Do not turn anything on. Do not light anything. Stay low if you can." "I can't move." The flashlight showed her only in pieces, fingers spread on glass, a sleeve dark with rain or blood, hair stuck to one cheek. The window had one of those old metal storm panels with clips. Evan shoved the pry bar under the outer frame and levered. The frame groaned but didn't give. "Careful," I said. He snapped. "I know." Another pry. The metal bent. Inside, the woman sobbed once, a small exhausted sound that made my hand throb around the splinter. "What's your name?" I called. "Claire. Claire, are you alone?" A pause. "No." Jules and I looked at each other. "Who's with you?" I asked. No answer. "Claire." Her face came closer to the glass. She looked maybe mid-20s, white, rain damp though she was inside, with a cut along her eyebrow that had leaked down the side of her nose. Her eyes kept flicking away from us toward the interior door. "He has the key," she whispered. Evan stopped prying. "Who has the key?" Jules said. Claire shook her head hard, panic tightening her mouth. "Please just get me out." The storm window finally popped loose at one corner with a metallic shriek. Evan flinched and grabbed it before it fell down the slope. I took it from him and set it flat in the mud. The inner window was painted shut. Of course it was. Everything in an old cabin is either loose when it should hold or sealed when it should open. Evan jammed the pry bar under the sash. Mara, stand back. No, glass could go. I stepped sideways, but stayed close. Jules kept the light trained on Claire, then shifted it to the dark room behind her. I could see the plywood sheet on the floor, split down the middle. A collapsed section near the interior wall. A jagged, dark hole where floorboards had given way. Claire was sitting half on the tilted floor, half against the bed frame, one leg trapped below the knee through the broken boards. There was blood on her shin. Not a lot, enough. The sash cracked upward 2 inches, then stuck. That's enough for air, Evan said. Not enough to pull her through, I said. We don't pull someone with a trapped leg through a window unless we want to make it worse. Then what's the plan? He didn't answer quickly enough. Inside the room, Claire whispered, He's coming back. Jules leaned closer to the glass. Who is? Claire's eyes shifted to the doorway again. A shadow crossed behind her. Jules shouted, Move. Evan yanked me backward so hard my boots slid out from under me. I hit the mud on my side. Pain flashed through my elbow. The flashlight flew from my hand and rolled downslope, beams spinning over wet leaves, Evan's boots, the creek, the cabin wall. Something slammed against the bedroom door from inside the cabin, not the window. The door. The whole back wall shuddered. Claire screamed. A second slam. The bedroom door held, but the sound told us 2 things at once. There was someone else inside cabin 6, and they were not trapped in the same room. Evan grabbed the fallen flashlight before it could slide into the creek. We're going to the front. No, I said, getting up. Mud coated my sleeve from wrist to shoulder. No front door. Propane. We have to get between him and her. By walking into a possibly leaking cabin. Then what, Mara? We stand outside and narrate. Jules had her face close to the gap in the window. Claire, listen to me. Is there a lock on the bedroom door? Yes, furniture, bed, dresser. Can you push anything? My legs stuck. Another slam hit the door. Wood splintered. Jules turned to us. Door won't hold. The radio crackled from her belt, startling all of us. Pinehook responders delayed, Gibbs Hill impassable, state police rerouting 20 plus minutes. The third tightening of the trap was time. Real time. A person time. The kind measured in how long a cheap hollow core door holds against a shoulder. Evan grabbed the pry bar and started around the left side of the cabin toward the porch. I caught his jacket. Wait, he tried to pull away. Let go. You go in there with propane in the air and someone inside. You're not helping her. Then I'll open the front door and vent it. Or ignite it. That's not how every propane leak works. You want to gamble, he rounded on me. Rain ran off his nose and chin. You want to do nothing because 10 years ago something happened you couldn't control. That hurt so cleanly I almost stepped back. Jules said, Evan. But he kept going, not louder, worse than louder. I'm sorry, I am. But your fear doesn't get to be the manager of this too. For 1 second, I hated him. Then the door inside slammed again, and Claire screamed, please. There wasn't room for hate. I let go of his jacket and looked at the geography again, forcing myself to see the property instead of the panic. Front porch, rear window, propane tank jammed open, Crawl space hatch on the right side, creek behind, woods on both sides, SUV by the porch. The crawl space, I said. Evan blinked rain out of his lashes. What? The hole in the bedroom floor opens into the crawl space. Her leg is through it. If we go under, maybe we can free her from below. Jules stared at me. Under the cabin, not inside, no switches, no front door, less gas if it's rising inside. Also spiders, nails, broken joists, and a mystery person who maybe dragged plywood under there. It's a partial solution, I said. Better than charging the door. Evan's face changed. Contractor brain coming back online. If she's trapped between joists, I might be able to lift a board or cut pressure. With what? Pry bar, hands, whatever's under there. Jules looked toward the open hatch on the right side. And if the person inside can get into the crawl space too, then you watch the hatch, Evan said. Love when my job is watch the murder hole. But she moved. Attempt 3 then. Crawl under cabin 6 and free Claire's leg from below. The hatch was only about 3 feet high and 2 feet wide. Mud had splashed the siding around it. Evan got down on his hands and knees, grimacing as his bad knee touched the ground. I'll go, I said. You don't know what you're looking at. You barely fit. I fit. You'll get stuck. Mara, I'm smaller. He stared at me, and I saw the argument fail before he could speak. He hated it, but I was right. Jules handed me the big flashlight. You see anything with teeth, human or otherwise, you back out. Comforting. I'm a comfort. I got on my stomach and slid through the hatch. The crawl space smelled like wet dirt, mildew, old insulation, and that faint sour propane or septic wrongness. Around was mud over plastic sheeting torn in long strips. I dragged myself forward on my elbows, the flashlight clenched in one hand, pry bar in the other. The clearance was maybe 26 inches. Pipes ran along the left, joists overhead. Nails pointed down in places where repairs had been done badly or cheaply or both. Above me, another slam shook dust into my hair. Claire cried out. I'm under you, I shouted. Claire, I'm under the floor. Don't move unless I tell you. My leg hurts. I know, I'm coming. I followed her voice toward the back bedroom. The crawl space narrowed where the cabin had settled. My shoulder scraped a concrete pier. Something sharp caught my jacket and tore it. I kept moving. My injured palm burned every time it pressed into grit. Behind me, Jules called, I can still see your boots. Great. Then, quieter to Evan. I don't like this. Neither do I, he said. I reached the broken section. Claire's lower leg hung through the floor between 2 jagged boards, twisted at an angle that made my stomach tighten. Her boot was caught under a fallen strip of flooring, and what looked like the edge of the plywood sheet Evan had installed. Blood ran down into her sock. Not arterial, not spurting, but she was shaking. I see your leg, I called. Can you get me out? I'm going to try. Above her, the bedroom door took another hit. The frame cracked. A man's voice shouted something I couldn't make out. Not words exactly. A furious sound. Or maybe words blurred by rain and wood. I wedged the flashlight under a pipe and used both hands on the pry bar. The first board shifted half an inch. Claire screamed. Sorry, stop moving. I didn't, that froze me. If she hadn't moved, something else had. In the beam's edge, deeper in the crawl space toward the interior of the cabin, A boot slid backward into darkness. A human boot. I stopped breathing. The boot did not move again. For 1 second, my mind tried to make it into anything else. A loose piece of insulation, a paint can, a raccoon with footwear. But the sole was there, wet and ridged, toe angled toward me. Then the man above slammed the bedroom door again, and the boot jerked away. He was not just inside the cabin. He could get under it. "Mara," Evan called from the hatch. "Talk to me." I shoved the pry bar under the trapped board and levered with everything I had. Pain tore up my palm. The board popped loose. Claire's leg dropped another inch, and she screamed again. But this time her foot came free of the wedge. "Pull up," I yelled. "Claire, pull your knee up now." "I can't. Use your hands. Drag it now." Above me, I heard scraping, sobbing, then a thud as she got her leg clear of the hole. The bedroom door split. Light from Jules's flashlight flickered at the hatch behind me. "Mara." Someone just came out the front. Everything narrowed. "Evan," I shouted. "I see him." Evan yelled. Then a crash, a grunt, gravel scattering. I backed out fast, scraping my shoulder raw against the concrete pier, dragging the pry bar with me. The crawl space seemed longer leaving than entering. Every second, I expected a hand to close around my ankle. My boot hit the hatch frame. Jules grabbed my jacket and hauled. I came out into rain and chaos. Evan was on the ground near the SUV, trying to get up. A man in a dark raincoat was moving toward the road, face hidden by a hood, one hand clamped against his ribs. He had something in his other hand. The cabin 6 key on its brass tag flashed once in Jules's light. "Stop," Jules screamed. He didn't. He ran not toward the main road, but uphill toward the other cabins, toward cabin 2 and cabin 4, where guests were awake and watching. Evan staggered to his feet, mud on his cheek, breathing like he'd been kicked. He shoved me. "Are you hurt?" I asked. "Go." At the back bedroom window, Claire began screaming again, but the words had changed. "Took her," she cried. "He took my sister." That was the point where retreat stopped being possible. Not because we were brave, because the danger had left cabin 6 and was moving toward people who didn't know enough to lock their doors, while an injured woman inside the broken cabin had just told us there was another missing person somewhere in the rain. And the man with our key was heading for the occupied cabins. The man with the cabin 6 key ran uphill like he knew the property. Not perfectly, not like Evan or me. He stumbled where the gravel dipped near the old canoe shed, caught himself on the split rail fence, then cut left before the road widened by cabin 2. But he knew enough. He didn't run toward the office lights. He didn't run toward the main drive where a deputy might eventually come crawling through the storm. He went for the occupied cabins, for people. "Lock your doors," I screamed. My voice shredded in the rain. A curtain snapped shut in cabin 2. Cabin 4's porch lights blinked on, white string bulbs trembling in the wind. Someone inside shouted, "What's happening?" Jules was already moving uphill after him, the big flashlight in one hand, the radio mic bouncing against her hip. "Stay inside," she yelled. "Everybody stay inside." Evan tried to follow and almost went down on the first step. He caught the SUV's open door with one hand and made a low, ugly sound through his teeth. "Your knee," I said. "I'm fine." "You're not." He looked past me toward cabin 6's rear window. where Claire was crying hoarsely, then up the road toward the fleeing man. His face did something I had seen only a few times in my life. It accepted a limit. "Get Jules," he said. "I'll get Claire out." "Evan, go." I went. The gravel road curved in a shallow hook between cabin 6 and cabin 2. On the right, wet laurel and hemlock pressed close, black enough that my flashlight showed only the first few leaves. On the left, the land opened toward the fire pit and the cabins, all porch rails and slick steps and narrow windows full of frightened faces. Jules caught up to the man near the firewood shed, not by speed, by anger. She cut across the muddy triangle beside the shed, where guests weren't supposed to walk because tree roots stuck out like knuckles. She slipped, caught herself on a stack of covered firewood, and swung the flashlight beam into his face. "Stop right there," he turned. The hood fell back enough for me to see him. White male, maybe early 30s, shaved head under the rain, narrow face, a short beard darkened by water, not huge, not monstrous, just a soaked, breathing man with wild eyes and a brass key tag gripped in one hand. In the other hand was a folding knife, not dramatic, not some movie blade, a common black-handled work knife, the kind half the contractors around here carried clipped to a pocket. That made it worse. It belonged in a toolbox on a belt beside drywall dust and coffee cups, not pointed toward Jules in the rain. "Back up," he said. His voice was raw, almost calm at the edges. Pennsylvania accent, or close enough, local-ish. Jules did not back up. "Put the knife down." I said back up. I reached her side, breath burning in my chest. My palm throbbed around the splinter. Mud sucked at my boots. "We called the sheriff." He laughed once, without humor. "Yeah, they coming fast." Neither of us answered. He heard the answer anyway. Behind us, a child cried inside cabin 4. A woman hushed them badly. The man's eyes flicked toward the sound. "Don't," Jules said. He looked back at her. "Then move." "Where's Claire's sister?" I asked. That changed him. Only a little, but enough. His mouth tightened. His fingers closed harder around the knife. "You don't know anything. You took her." "I didn't take anybody." "Claire said you did." "Claire says what keeps people looking at her." It was such a normal sentence, so bitter and personal, that it knocked the night sideways. This wasn't random. Not entirely. There was history inside it. The radio at Jules's hip crackled. "Pinehook State Police, 15 out if road holds," the man lunged. Not at us, at the radio. Jules twisted away, but he caught the cord and ripped. The mic tore from the clip and hit the mud. Jules swung the flashlight at his wrist. It connected with a hard plastic crack. He swore and slashed with the knife. The blade caught Jules's sleeve, then her arm. She made a sound like she'd been punched, more surprise than pain, and stumbled backward. The flashlight dropped and rolled, its beam landing on the firewood shed door. "Jules, I'm okay," she snapped, but she was. Her left forearm opened red through the torn fabric. The man bent for the radio mic. I moved without deciding. I kicked the mic away, hard, sending it skidding under the edge of the woodpile tarp. He grabbed my coat instead. His hand closed on the front of it and yanked me so close I could smell him: rain, sweat, old cigarette smoke, and something chemical sharp under it. Propane, maybe, or fear. The knife came up. There was no heroic thought, no clever plan. I hit him with the receipt printer paper, not as a weapon, as a reflex. My hand was in my pocket, closing around the folded receipt, and I threw everything I had at his face. Wet paper slapped his cheek and stuck there for half a second, ridiculous and useless, but he blinked. Jules hit him with the flashlight, this time in the jaw. He let go of me and reeled into the firewood shed. The thin hasp snapped against the door. A pile of split logs shifted inside with a heavy wooden clatter. I grabbed Jules by the good arm. Cabin 2. We ran for cabin 2 because it was closest, and because the Kellers in cabin 1 were elderly, and because cabin 4 had children inside. Cabin 2 sat on the right side of the loop, porch facing the road, bathroom window glowing blue. The guests inside were a young couple from Pittsburgh with a baby. I knew that because I had checked them in myself, and because I had made a note about the crib sheet stain, they had politely pretended not to notice. Characters present as they appear in this section. Claire's sister is later identified as Nora Voss, 24, female, a guest or companion brought to Pinehook under unclear circumstances, frightened but alert. The unidentified man is later identified through dialogue as Ryan Voss, 32, male. Claire's estranged brother-in-law, soaked, volatile, and focused on retrieving control rather than escape. The cabin 2 guests, Ben Adler, 31, male, and Sophie Adler, 30, female, are a visiting couple from Pittsburgh sheltering inside with their infant son. I pounded on cabin 2's door. Pinehook management, move away from the windows. Lock the bathroom window too. A man's voice from inside. What is going on? Lock it. The deadbolt turned. Good. Behind us, Ryan came off the firewood shed, one hand pressed to his jaw, knife still in the other. He was breathing hard now. Angry breathing. Hurt breathing. His eyes went to Jules's bleeding arm, then to me, then to the office uphill. He couldn't go back to cabin 6 without passing us. He couldn't go to the main road without passing the office. So he did the one thing that made sense if he didn't care who he scared. He went for cabin 4. No, Jules said. Cabin 4 sat across the loop and slightly uphill, with the string lights and the family inside. Its porch steps were wet. A little scooter lay on its side near the railing. Ryan ran toward it, and a woman inside screamed as she understood what he was doing. I looked for something. Anything. Fire pit, wet chairs, empty cooler, stacked split wood, the fallen branch across the cabin 6 spur behind us. Evan's truck farther down the road. The truck. The keys were in it. Jules, I said, can you drive? Her face was pale in the moving light from cabin 4. Rain washed blood from her forearm in pink lines. With one hand, can you? Yes. Truck. Headlights, horn. Put it between him and cabin 4. She stared at me for a fraction of a second, then ran. I grabbed 3 pieces of firewood from the shed stack. My injured hand screamed. I dropped 1, kept 2, and ran after Ryan. Hey, he had 1 boot on cabin 4's bottom step. Ryan. I didn't know his name yet, not for sure, but I guessed from Claire's voice and the way he reacted to it. It hit him like a hook. He turned. Don't call me that, good. It was his name. You don't want a family in this, I said. You don't know what I want. I know you don't want a dead kid on top of whatever you already did. The words were ugly. I used them anyway. His face flinched. Behind the cabin door, a man shouted, "I have a gun." That was almost certainly not true. Or maybe it was. In rural Pennsylvania, you didn't assume. Ryan assumed enough to step back from the door. Then the Silverado roared to life behind him. Jules swung it around the loop too fast. The tires skidded on gravel, corrected, and the truck came between Ryan and cabin 4 at an angle, headlights blasting white through the rain. The horn blared. Short bursts this time, Jules leaning on it like punctuation. Ryan threw an arm over his eyes. I threw the first piece of firewood. It hit his shoulder, not his head. He staggered anyway. The second piece missed and slammed into the porch rail. He came at me, fast. I backed up, slipped on the scooter, and hit the ground hard on my hip. Pain burst white down my leg. Ryan was over me before I could crawl. The knife pointed down. Then Evan hit him from the side with the pry bar, not in the skull. Evan wasn't that lucky or that cruel. The bar caught Ryan across the upper arm and shoulder with a heavy metallic thud. The knife flew into the mud. Ryan howled. Evan fell too. His bad knee buckled, and he went down on one hand, face twisting. For a second, all three of us were on the ground in the rain, not fighting like people fight in movies, but scrambling, slipping, clawing for leverage. "Knife," Evan shouted. I saw it near the porch step, black handle half sunk in mud. Ryan saw it too. We both lunged. My hand closed on the blade end. Pain, immediate, clean. I screamed and let go, but I had knocked it farther away. Jules, from the truck window, threw the gearshift into park and stumbled out with a tire iron. "Stay down," she yelled. Ryan did not stay down. He rolled toward Evan, grabbed his jacket collar, and drove a fist into his ribs. Evan grunted, tried to twist, couldn't get his knee under him. Jules swung the tire iron at Ryan's legs. It hit his calf. He cursed and kicked backward, catching her already injured arm. She dropped the tire iron and folded over it. I crawled to the knife again, this time using my sleeve. I kicked it under the truck. Gone. Not gone enough forever, but gone enough for now. Ryan stumbled upright. His right arm hung badly from where the pry bar had struck. Blood ran from his mouth. He looked less like a threat for one breath, then more like one because pain had made him simpler. A shout came from down the road. Help, not Claire, a different woman, from the direction of cabin 6. Ryan froze. Evan, still on the ground, looked toward the dark spur. "Who was that?" the woman shouted again. "I'm here, please," Claire's sister. The whole map of the night rearranged. Not taken uphill. Not already gone. Somewhere between cabin 6 and the creek, or near the SUV, or under the cabin. Alive. Ryan turned toward the voice. "Don't," I said. He started running downhill, not toward escape, toward her. We followed because we had to. Jules grabbed the radio mic from under the tarp as she passed the firewood shed, crying out when her cut arm brushed the wood. Evan used the pry bar like a cane, each step costing him. I held my cut hand against my stomach and ran with blood slicking my fingers. Down past cabin 2, past the canoe shed, over the fallen branch at the spur. Cabin 6 was still dark. The SUV's dome light had gone dimmer. The creek roared behind the cabin, swollen from the storm, brown and fast, and carrying branches. "Where are you?" I shouted. "Here," the voice came from the creek side. We rounded the cabin's left corner, opposite the propane tank. My flashlight beam shook so badly it made the world stutter. Wall, mud, roots, slope, creek. Then I saw her. Nora was halfway down the bank, caught against a leaning birch root above the water. Her wrists were bound in front with gray duct tape. More tape hung from one ankle, torn loose. She wore one shoe. Her face was smeared with mud. She had wedged herself against the root, but every rush of water slapped higher up the bank and pulled at her legs. Ryan slid to a stop above her. "Nora," he said, not soft, not kind, possessive. She made a sound that had no words in it. Jules lifted the flashlight, back away from her. Ryan looked at us, then at Nora, then at the creek. He understood the situation at the same time we did. If he grabbed Nora, he could use her. If she slipped, she could drown. If we rushed him, any of us could go down the bank into the creek. The storm gave us no clean angles. Evan whispered, "Mara, tow strap, truck bed. The truck's uphill. Get it." I ran back around the cabin, past the open crawl space hatch, past the SUV. My lungs burned. My palm and fingers pulsed with every heartbeat. The truck stood near cabin 4, too far, but the tow strap box was in the back seat. I heard shouting behind me. "Ryan, she's my wife." "Nora, I'm not." "Jules, nobody cares right now, Ryan. Step back." Claire screamed from the bedroom window. "Don't let him touch her." The name, the relationships, the pieces clicked into place without solving anything fully. Claire had brought Nora here, or helped her leave him, or hidden her. Ryan had followed. Cabin 6 had been useful because it was closed, dark, isolated, and maybe because he had our key. I yanked open the truck door, grabbed the tow strap, and ran back with the heavy coil banging against my thigh. When I reached the creek side, the situation had worsened. Ryan had one hand around Nora's taped wrists. She was clinging to the root with both hands, sobbing, while he tried to pull her uphill and sideways, away from us. The bank under his boots was breaking apart in clumps. "Let go," Jules shouted. "She's coming with me. She is falling into a flood creek, you idiot." Evan took the tow strap from me. "Loop it around that pine." His voice was thin with pain, but steady. We wrapped one end around the nearest pine trunk. Evan's hands moved fast, muscle memory through exhaustion. He clipped the hook back to the strap. "Mara, on me. Jules, light. Don't let him blindside us." "I can help," Claire called weakly from the window. "No," all three of us shouted. Evan tied a quick loop in the free end and shoved it toward me. "Around Nora if you can reach. Around you if not. I'm going down. You're smaller." There it was again. The practical truth nobody liked. I sat on the mud and slid. Cold clay filled the back of my jeans. Roots scraped my calves. The creek sound rose until it was all I could hear. Evan fed the strap behind me, bracing against the pine with his bad leg trembling. "Nora," I called, "I'm Mara. I'm going to put this around you." Her eyes locked onto mine. Blue, huge, fixed in a mud-streaked face. He taped my mouth. He put me in the crawl space. I got out. "Tell me after." Ryan yanked her wrists. She screamed. I swung the strap loop toward her. Missed again. Ryan kicked at me. His boot hit my shoulder. I slid 6 inches, mud moving under my hip. The creek grabbed my left boot and tried to take it. Evan shouted. The strap snapped tight around my waist, stopping me so hard I coughed. Jules came down 2 steps on the bank, reckless with the tire iron in her good hand. Ryan, he looked up. She threw the tire iron. It hit the slope beside him and bounced into his shin. Not much, enough. He shifted weight. The bank gave way. Ryan dropped to one knee. Nora tore one hand free from his grip and lunged toward me. I got the strap around her shoulders. Pull, I screamed. Evan pulled. Jules grabbed the strap behind him with one hand, and her injured forearm pressed uselessly against her body. She pulled anyway, face twisted. Nora came uphill by inches, choking on mud and rain. Ryan grabbed her ankle. Claire screamed from the cabin window, hoarse and furious. Nora kicked. Once, twice. Her bare foot connected with Ryan's broken-looking arm. He let go. The release threw him backward. For 1 second, he windmilled at the edge of the creek, mouth open, eyes shocked, like he had just realized the night did not belong to him. Then the bank collapsed under his boots. He went in. No dramatic splash, just a heavy slap of body into floodwater, then a flash of his pale face, one hand catching at a branch that snapped immediately. The creek took him sideways, fast, into the dark beyond the birches. Jules shouted into the radio, voice cracking. Man in the water. Pinehook Creek behind cabin 6. Adult male swept downstream. Static answered first. Then a voice, clearer than before, but still far away. Copy Pinehook. Do not enter water. Repeat. Do not enter water. Units en route. We lay in the mud, all of us breathing like animals. Nora was halfway across my legs, shaking so violently the strap rattled against its hook. Evan sat with his back against the pine, face gray, both hands pressed to his knee. Jules stood above us with the flashlight lowered, blood dripping from her sleeve onto the leaves. Inside cabin 6, Claire sobbed her sister's name again and again. The conflict ended the way real things end, not cleanly, not with relief arriving all at once, but with the immediate threat swept into darkness, and the rest of us left behind, hurt, soaked, and responsible for everything still broken. Ryan was gone. Nora was alive. Claire was still trapped. The propane valve was still open, and the receipt from cabin 6, plastered in the mud near my boot where it had fallen during the fight, had begun to dissolve in the rain. The words check in complete bleeding into gray. By the time the first deputy reached Pinehook, the storm had already done what it wanted to do. It had knocked down 2 more limbs along the access road, peeled shingles off cabin 3, flooded the low end of the guest lot, and turned the creek behind cabin 6 into a brown, moving wall that swallowed every footprint along the bank. The rain had softened to a steady, miserable fall, less violent, but somehow colder, the kind that got through seams and cuffs and made your bones feel stored in a basement. We were all still outside. That seems impossible now. Sensible people would have gone inside, wrapped themselves in blankets, locked a door, made coffee, found dry socks. But after something like that, ordinary comfort feels like a room you haven't been invited back into yet. We hovered between the truck and cabin 6, bleeding into towels, holding flashlights, listening for Ryan in the creek, even after the radio told us not to enter the water, even after his shouts, if they had ever been shouts and not branches cracking, stopped somewhere downstream. Evan stayed by the pine where we had anchored the tow strap, one hand locked around it, as if Nora might slide away again if he let go. His face was the color of wet paper. Every few breaths, his right knee trembled so badly I could hear the nylon of his rain pants rasp. "Sit down," I told him. "I am sitting. You're leaning. That counts." Jules stood under the eave of cabin 6 with a dish towel wrapped around her forearm. She had refused to sit, refused Nora's blanket, refused to admit the cut was more than a stupid slice, though the towel had turned dark and heavy at the center. She kept the flashlight pointed toward the tree line, then the road, then the crawl space hatch, like the night might try another angle if she stopped watching. Nora Voss sat on the ground with her back against the SUV's rear tire, wrapped in an emergency blanket from Evan's truck. She was 24, white, small, framed in a way that made her look younger until you saw her eyes. Her wrists were rubbed raw where the duct tape had been. She didn't cry much after we got her up the bank. She shook instead, teeth clicking, breath snagging, hands held out in front of her like she didn't know where to put them. "I left him in March," she said once, to no one in particular. Nobody asked her to explain. A few minutes later, she said, "Claire told me not to meet him alone." Then she looked toward the broken back window of cabin 6 and began crying so quietly, it took me a moment to recognize the sound. Claire was still inside then. That was the part I remember in pieces because my brain kept stepping away from it. Evan talked me through how to brace the bedroom window open with the pry bar. Jules kept trying the radio. I messaged Claire through the booking app, even though we could hear each other, because she had stopped answering when we shouted, but tapped back one-word replies when the phone buzzed near her hand. "Awake hurts cold," I told her help was coming. I told her not to move. I told her Nora was alive. That last one got a sound out of her that I still hear sometimes when the water heater pops in my apartment. Not relief, exactly. Relief is too clean. It was grief reversing direction too fast. The deputy arrived first. A woman named Deputy Harlan from the county sheriff's office, followed by 2 volunteer firefighters in a brush truck that came crawling down the access road with a chainsaw in the back and mud up to its wheel wells. Characters present as they appear. Deputy Bate Harlan, 42, female, McKean County Sheriff's Deputy. Calm in the practical way of someone used to being first on scenes without enough backup. Tom Reber, 55, male, volunteer fire captain from Kane, broad-shouldered and blunt. Eli Novick, 29, male, volunteer firefighter and EMT, quiet, careful, and visibly disturbed by the condition of cabin 6. Deputy Harlan stepped out, looked at the SUV, the open crawl space hatch, Nora in the blanket, Jules's bloody towel, Evan's knee, my mud-covered clothes, and the dark gap where the bank had given way. "Who has the weapon?" she asked. "Under the truck," I said. She looked at me. I pointed to Evan's Silverado uphill by cabin 4. Different truck, his knife. I kicked it under there. "Anyone else armed?" A guest from cabin 4 shouted from behind a locked door. "I have a firearm." Deputy Harlan closed her eyes for 1 second. "Sir, keep it secured and stay inside." That was how the official part began. Not with dramatic sirens, with wet paperwork, controlled voices, and a deputy trying to keep frightened people from becoming additional problems. Captain Ripper reached the propane tank and swore in a way that made Evan look vindicated and ashamed at the same time. "Valve stem S bent," Ripper said. "Regulator S been messed with." "Can you shut it off?" I asked. "Not at the handwheel." He sent Eli back to the brush truck for a pipe wrench and a shut-off tool. They killed power to cabin 6 from the exterior breaker panel after checking for smell and airflow. No sparks, no lights. No one touched the switches. The propane line was crimped and isolated at the regulator, then later disconnected by the gas company after daylight. Captain Ripper told us, in the driest voice possible, that whoever had tampered with it had created a very dumb way to maybe kill people. Evan looked at me when he said it. I didn't say I told you so. I didn't even think it cleanly. All I felt was tired. Getting Claire out took 40 minutes. Firefighters cut the painted window sash and removed the remaining glass. They stabilized the floor from below with 2 bottle jacks and scrap lumber from Evan's truck. Eli crawled into the same space I had crawled into, and when he came back out, his face had gone still in a way that scared me. "She's lucky," he said. Claire laughed once when he said it. A broken, disbelieving sound. Her lower leg was pinned and cut, but not crushed the way we feared. She had a sprained ankle, deep bruising, lacerations, possible concussion, and hypothermia. When they eased her out through the back window on a board, Nora tried to stand and fell before Deputy Harlan caught her. "I'm here," Nora kept saying. "Claire, I'm here." Claire reached for her with muddy fingers. The sisters touched hands for less than a second before the EMTs separated them again to work. That little contact did something to everyone watching. Even Jules turned her head. Ryan was found just after dawn. Not by us. Not alive. The creek had carried him nearly half a mile downstream and pinned him against a snag where Pinehook Creek narrowed behind an old logging cut. A search team recovered him after the water dropped enough to approach. Deputy Harlan told us because she said hearing it from gossip would be worse. She was right, though the truth didn't feel merciful. His full name was Ryan Voss, 32, Nora's estranged husband. There was a protection order in Ohio, which he had violated before. Nora and Claire had been driving east to stay with a cousin near Scranton when Ryan started calling from unknown numbers. They got turned around in the storm, argued in the SUV on our access road, and pulled in because Claire saw the Pinehook sign and remembered staying there once as a kid. That was how Ryan found them, or at least how he caught up. He had followed from the interstate. He had forced them down to cabin 6 because it sat dark and away from the others. Nora told Deputy Harlan that Ryan already had a cabin key. but she didn't know where he got it. Maybe he found it years ago during some earlier stay. Maybe he stole it from the office that night when I stepped into the supply room. Maybe he had copied it from a maintenance hook during one of the contractor visits. That part never settled into one clean shape. The booking system did, mostly. Ryan had worked front desk software before. Not ours, exactly, but close enough. He used Claire's phone after taking it from her, found the guest Wi-Fi login taped inside the office brochure she had grabbed from the porch rack, and connected near enough to the office for the system to sync when the storm signal flickered. The printer hadn't printed while dead. It had a small internal battery nobody remembered installing after the last service call, enough to finish a queued print when the connection bounced. That explanation satisfied the technician. It did not satisfy me, not because I wanted ghosts, because human explanations are supposed to make you feel better, and this one only proved how many small overlooked things had lined up for him. An unsecured old key, a weak office door latch, a blocked cabin left standing because repairs were expensive, a storm, a printer battery, a damaged propane system, a road washout, 2 women in the wrong place at the wrong hour. No monster needed, just gaps. The police took my statement in the office after sunrise. I sat in my wet jeans with a towel around my shoulders and answered Deputy Harlan's questions while the coffee pot hissed behind us, restarted by someone who thought caffeine could still be useful. The office looked ordinary in daylight and worse for it. Brochure rack, map, guest mints, a muddy smear on the floor where I had stepped in after helping Nora. The printer sat unplugged on the counter. Harlan placed the damp, half-dissolved receipt in an evidence bag. "You kept this?" she asked. "It fell out near the creek." She studied the gray blur where the words had been. "Still worth logging." That phrase lodged in me. Worth logging. As if enough logging could turn chaos back into sequence. Jules got 6 stitches at urgent care in Kane and complained the whole time that the doctor was using fishing line. Evan had a strained ligament, 2 bruised ribs, and a lecture from the ER physician about ignoring pain until pain became paperwork. My hand needed cleaning, glue on one cut, and antibiotics because I had grabbed a muddy knife blade and jammed a pine splinter deep into my palm. "Classic Mara," Evan said from the next curtain over. "What does that mean?" Trying to control the sharp end of things. I wanted to snap back, but his voice was soft. So I said, "Classic Evan. Hitting a violent man with a pry bar while your knee is held together by attitude." He laughed, then winced, then swore. That was our apology for the moment. The guests left by noon. The Adlers from cabin 2 were kind in the stunned way people are kind when they know they are going to tell the story forever. Sophie hugged me with her baby between us and said, "You warned us fast." Ben asked if they still owed for the second night, which made Jules stare at him until he said, "Never mind. Dumb question." The family from cabin 4 left without speaking much. The father did not mention the gun again. Their little boy forgot the scooter on the porch, and I found it later, rainwater collected in the footboard, one wheel turning lazily in the wind. The Kellers from cabin 1 slept through most of it. I envied them. Cabin 6, was sealed that afternoon with plywood, crime scene tape, and a red county notice that made Evan stand very still when he read it. Unsafe structure. No entry. Investigation pending. The words were official now, and therefore less deniable. We should have torn it down last year, he said. You wanted to fix it. I wanted not to be broke. That too. He looked toward the creek, quieter in the pale afternoon light. Both can be true. Pinehook stayed closed for 3 weeks. Insurance came. Fire investigators came. A propane company came and used phrases like intentional loosening and improper tool marks. A software technician came and showed me the printer battery. A flat little pack tucked under a panel with a service sticker from 6 years earlier. He seemed proud to explain it. I nodded at the right times. Nora and Claire went to Scranton after the hospital released them. Claire had surgery on torn ligaments in her ankle and sent one text 2 weeks later. Nora is safe. Thank you for going under the floor. I typed several responses and deleted all of them before sending. I'm glad you're both alive. It felt too small. Everything True did. Jules quit, then came back 3 days later temporarily, which meant permanently, but with emotional distance. She started keeping wasp spray and a flashlight in the cleaning cart, and she checked under beds with the mop handle before changing sheets. Evan didn't tease her. He started labeling shut-off valves with bright tags and bought 3 new radios, 2 carbon monoxide meters, and a lockbox that required a code, a key, and maybe a blood oath. I let him. I also made lists. So many lists. Guest evacuation script, storm night check procedure, key audit, propane shutoff log, cabin closure protocol, emergency contact sheet printed on waterproof paper and taped inside every office cabinet. I became unbearable for about a month, and then only slightly unbearable after that. One evening, as we were reopening cabin 1 through 5, Evan found me standing at the office counter staring at the printer. You want me to throw it out? He asked. Yes. Okay. No. He waited. I don't know. He leaned against the counter, still favoring his knee. It was the battery. I know. And the cued print. I know. And Ryan. I know. Printer sat there, blank and stupid and harmless looking. Evan said, knowing doesn't always help immediately. That was probably the kindest thing he could have said. We did not reopen cabin 6. By December, the county cleared the investigation enough for us to demolish it. Evan hired a crew from Bradford. They came on a cold Tuesday morning with a dump trailer and a compact excavator. And by lunch, the cabin was mostly splintered lumber, rolled insulation, mouse nests, and old nails. The back bedroom floor came up in sections. The crawl space was scraped clean. The propane line was removed. Under the porch, one of the workers found 3 brass key tags. Not ours, or not exactly. They were older, tarnished nearly black, stamped with numbers that matched cabins we no longer had. 7, 8, 9. Aunt Lorna had torn those down before we inherited the place, long before Ryan, long before the storm. Evan said old keys turned up everywhere on properties like ours. That was true. One of the tags had fresh mud in the stamped number. We put them in a drawer, and did not talk about them much. Pinehook became almost ordinary again. People booked weekends. They asked about Wi-Fi. They left wet towels on beds and marshmallow sticks in fire pits. A couple got engaged by the creek in April, far upstream from where Ryan had gone in, and they sent us a photo afterward. Evan fixed cabin 3's roof. Jules complained about guests who used glitter. I learned to sleep through rain most nights. Most. Sometimes a storm comes over the ridge after midnight, and the office windows turn black and reflective, and the gutter chain starts tapping the siding in that patient little rhythm. Tick, tick, tick. On those nights, I still check the printer. Not because I believe cabin 6 checks itself in, because I know exactly how much damage a person can do when the rest of us leave a gap and call it closed. And because once, at 11:43 p.m., months after cabin 6 had been torn down, the booking app sent a maintenance reminder for a unit that no longer existed. No guest name, no payment, just a blank notification that vanished when I touched it. The technician said cached data can do that. I believe him, mostly. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.